All right. Welcome everyone. Just a second. I'm just getting everything set up. I have I've got to pull up some articles, some links. Delaney's on the wings hanging on here. We'll do it all. We'll do it all live. I hope you're having a good morning on this Monday morning. Let me get my coffee. I'm almost ready. Thanks for the follow just now. I appreciate it. I think someone followed me on Twitch over there. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome. What's up, AH? Sophie, good to see you. Pure, good to see you. 3D Code Warrior, good to see you. Laughing Panda, good to see you. D Daver, good to see you. Oh Hut, good to see you. Yeah, there's drama today. We're covering drama. Never lucky rubber ducky. Good to see you. Let me just do all my setup here. There we go. Hey, Laugh. Hey, Laugh, good to see you. All right, one sec. One sec. We're almost ready. So I've been meaning to have Delaney on for a little while. He has some updates to his uh data star framework, and he wants to talk about some drama because he keeps calling people out and asking for proof of their claims to which none have been presented. And that's essentially what's going on. But man, does he know how to stir the pot? Oh, did I get fired again? Not quite. It's more like a layoff, somewhat. Um, yeah, I went over it a few streams ago, but yes, I am in dire need of work. Um, Now we have two people on stream that don't know how to web dev. I've not seen one line of React from either. It's true, and ne'er shall you see such a thing. Yeah. All right. I think I have a few links pulled up. I think I'm ready. And I know Delaney is. Let me just look at one more thing. How are you guys doing this morning? I might as well just do my typical good morning. Good. It's a bit of a different stream, different time, because I promised Delaney I'd have him on Friday, and it didn't work out, and I let him down. I let the poor guy down, and he didn't do anything to deserve that. So I told him I'd make it up to him, and I'd come. I'd come do it on Monday morning to make sure he has time because he's a busy guy. So that's what I'm doing. So you guys are getting an early stream, and then maybe we'll do something else after, because I know there's one or two things that I wanna talk to you guys about after. Um, Let me do one more thing here. No, that's fine. Okay. Okay, I think I'm ready. So what I'm going to do is we'll bring Delaney on. Let me check my levels. We'll bring him on. I'll do a call with him right now. And let's see what he has to say about himself. All right, let's see what he has to say about himself. Let me do this. Let me go like this. Let me make sure my camera's on. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Let me take off this stupid text here. That's good. All right. I'm going to mute myself for a minute, and you guys are going to hang on, and hopefully he just pops up and it just works here. All right, everybody. I have him on. We're ready. We're ready. So I'm going to bring him on right now, and then we're going to check at the levels. If I could get somebody like a mod or someone to make sure the levels are coming in good. In a second here, let me do the switch. And let me make sure I've got my sound coming in from Discord. Otherwise, you guys won't be able to hear him. Which is right here, and then right, where is it? I want to say that. Do you mind saying something, Delaney?
Yeah, testing 1 2 1 2 3 4.
There we go. I see
All right.
levels, so you guys will have to tell me if the levels aren't right, but I see just about the right levels. Maybe
Yeah,
a
let me know if I talk too fast or too loud. I'm known for both, so.
okay, sounds good. All right, perfect. Yeah, it's coming through on my end too. I think we're good, man. I think we're good. Thanks for doing that. Okay, Delaney, welcome in, sir. That's good.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. It's good to have you again, sir. It's been too long, and
Yeah.
I keep threatening to do it, and I don't. So I'm extending a public apology in front of everyone because I've let you down, and it's yeah, my life's a little bit upside down because I got to figure out work, and that's my excuse, but it is only an excuse. But thank you for coming on and talking to me about all the drama, and that's what everyone's here for, the drama, because it's
Yeah.
juicy. That's good. But before we get to the drama, Delaney, you have good stuff to share. You've got good news. You've been working hard on Datastar and one or two at least tangential projects. So why don't I just open the floor? Why don't you tell us a little bit about who you are and what you're up to and what Datastar is about, etc.
Sure. So, I have built Daystar. For me, it's just a big yak shave for doing the kind of interesting things that I want to do. All this stem from me working on a database and saying, "Hey, I want to embed a UI directly into it. How do you do that and do real-time streaming and persistent stores and all these interesting problems?" And that kind of was what started Datastar because I wanted to do interesting things. And I'm like, the whole web thing sucks. I've been doing it for 25 years, and it seems like no one's quite got it right. And so I just got in there and started making changes. Luckily now it's been a few years and we actually have a core team. We have a nonprofit and V1 is there. It's done. We're in RC right now just to make sure the defaults are correct for people and all that. But I said, DSR would be done and it's done and it ended up being 10 kilobytes for the actual everything you need to build um, backend driven real-time systems that can handle uh, billions of checkboxes to standard little CRUD apps. So yeah, that's pretty exciting. And then the other things that we're working on now, I dog food all this stuff at work. And so I work on real-time system stuff at work. And some of the stuff that you run into is that you want UI libraries and all that. So web components are great, but they're kind of suck to write. So I've been working on a web component framework that makes all that declarative, which is pretty cool. And then a thing called Stellar, which is, in my opinion, a Tailwind killer that's going to do all the things that Tailwind does correctly, but just using the standards and the web framework stuff. So instead of trying to replace the web frameworks and having to learn their tools, that you're just using CSS variables correctly and creating things that are dynamic and all that. So that's basically the gist of what I've been working on. We can get into any of the weeds about that.
Okay. So first of all, I remember when Datastar. Let's talk about Datastar a little bit. I remember when
Sure.
Datastar was like it was 12 KB I think at one point, maybe a little bit more.
It was 14 probably when we
14.
first started
Yeah.
talking, and then it got to 12
Yeah.
during the beta, and now it's down to 10.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's awesome. Okay, so
Sorry, it keeps getting bigger or smaller.
it's smaller, yeah, damn it. Why would you do that?
How
So
dare I?
how dare you, I know. Some people actually think that. Anyway.
They do. Well, what's funny is there's certain communities where they're all about, oh, we're small and lightweight and all these things, and then you do the same thing as them and you're 40% smaller, and all of a sudden they're like, I never really cared about size. Why are you talking about size?
Right.
It's those are kinds of interesting drama things that come up, I guess, when you don't back down. Pretty
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah, there's definitely some copium that happens there because when you play the game at their level and then beat them at it, at least in some ways, they 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 always like to look at it holistically and go, yeah, but I'm doing all these other things too. So this kind of actually doesn't matter. I just said it does because it's nice to say it does along with everything else we do. So it's kind of a dumb thing. Um, but I am curious, since you did get it down in size, and that was one of the things you were working on, which is fantastic, by the way. I want to see more people do that. How did you do that? What did you do? You can be technical if you want, or you can be as lightweight as you possibly like can be. It's completely up to you. But I am
Yeah.
curious what you removed and what decisions you went through to make that thing smaller.
So there's a couple different things. The first thing is so we were in beta for quite a while. And basically kind of internally we're now on version 3 of Datastar really. So I wrote my own one that I was happy with and it did all the things I wanted. And then Ben Croker, who actually wrote quite a few lines of HTMX code, ended up coming on the project, and we went through a whole other one, which version, and it had all the things we wanted in it, but it also had a bunch of stuff that um, are necessary in certain like enterprise situations, or if you're trying to port something from a brownfield into Datastar kind of thing. And there's a bunch of stuff that uh, didn't really fit with the philosophy of what Datastar is about. So uh, some of the stuff was we actually took the beta approach, and it was doing the static interpolation. It was a really fast way of doing signals. In fact, it's the fastest way. There's a well-known thing called alien signals, and we were actually doing a static dependency version of that, which was incredibly fast, but it also was it was a little bit bigger. The thing is that we changed everything. We basically forked our own project and said, "Hey, we're going to go a whole different route and do things more in a more dynamic way, kind of similar to how Solid and Svelte work." And that ended up being less code. And then we took things out. So, for example, we made a nonprofit, and then we basically put stuff that we thought you shouldn't use and no one should be using, but if you're going to use their support burden for us, and we're going to put those in the pro one and then basically get rid of some stuff in the core. So, for example, data persist. That used to be built in, and now we made it so that it's a optional bundled thing, because if you're doing cookies right and if you're doing backend development and hypermedia correctly, data persist basically is an unnecessary thing. And I can show you how to make anything that you're using that not exist and actually be faster and more efficient. So there's stuff like that that we removed, but a lot of it came down to just low-level optimizations and things that you wouldn't think are optimizations, but we basically started really looking into the individual calls on every single line of code and saying, how does this affect broadly? Is this the fastest thing? Can we do this in a fast way that also is small? And there's a lot of things that's interesting in that approach because you're looking at the holistic library and how it builds. Like, for example, having lots of strings is actually more efficient than doing like booleans and stuff, which is kind of a weird thing when it comes, because everything ends up being associated with arrays and they actually compress really well and they end up being in the same window because you have multiple things. So there's things like that that are like technical details to like, to me it's more like trivia of how you get a library down. But the thing that I'm more proud of than just the size, because it got down because we got removed some things, but we also optimized the low level things. But it ended up getting about 5 times faster for the morph stuff than what you see. Like, for example, if you use HTMX's idiomorph, last week I checked, we're like 5 times faster. We're roughly 30 to 40% faster than the like kind of the pre-act signals and all that. So we're faster and we're smaller. So it's the combination of those things. I'm really proud of the team, and that's what's great now. Is it's not just about me. We actually have really smart people involved with the project now, which is wonderful because it's not just about, there's a lot of things that you can get wrong or not be focused on. And one of our guys, Johnny, he's all about doing the optimizations, and he's been doing a great job of keeping it small and efficient. So yeah, it's been really good.
That sounds good. So you went smaller and faster as well. So
Yeah,
it was a
yeah, we're
double
quite a bit
whammy.
faster.
Yeah. So
And well, and it's also funny. We actually ask people like, don't trust our. That's why we don't put out a lot of benchmarks. We're like, just try it,
yeah,
and then if you'll see on Twitter, sometimes people put up their benchmarks and be like, "Holy crap!" Like
yeah,
they're not lying.
yeah,
It's just faster and smaller. So yeah,
yeah. Yeah, I know the idiomorph thing was well, it has been something that people have been trying to get to do better because that's essentially what gives you the ability to retain state on your browser, but then update the entire page or good chunks of the page or whatever you want to do. And that's a tough problem to solve because you have to, well, state has to live somewhere. That state that you want to save, it's got to live somewhere. Where are you going to put that, and how are you going to put it back in after you've made a huge change? So just the fact that you were able to circumvent that too is an achievement in and of itself, that I think a lot of people are, they they want it, but they don't really know that they want it. It's this
Yeah.
weird thing where you're solving problems that people don't understand that need to be solved. They don't understand that it has, like, this is a problem they're facing. It's
Well,
so
one of the
weird.
things it's interesting to me is that the pushback I've been getting on things is like, well, yeah, you show like real time things, or like we have examples with a billion check boxes, or we have a trillion demo of the same kind of thing. We show all these things, and they're like, yeah, but that doesn't really count for my CRUD app. And I'm like, what do you think a CRUD app is, other than just doing the same kinds of things slower and less often? Like, if it can solve this, then it can solve your problem too. Like, it's not magic. Like, there's nothing magic about this. If you do data oriented programming
Right.
and you think about things, in some ways, the irony is that I did some DS games and like GBA stuff back in the day, and you're in a very isolated, small performance window for your vsyncs and all that stuff. Well, guess what? The browser, you don't have a lot of control, so it's more like a low level platform in that way, in that you have very few resources to work with to actually make things fast and efficient. So you have to think about these things, otherwise you get into this crazy bloat all over the place.
Yeah.
So, like, in some ways it's very similar. Mentality gets you some really great results.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think one of the other things that I'll add on to that is that whatever you guys are doing over there, you guys aren't afraid to actually dig into stuff that's pretty deep. So for example, the Brotley thing, when you're talking about how much you could fit in a frame, which is like, so if for the people who are on this stream, if you watch what I do with my C HTTP server, and I've put SSC in there, you've kind of inspired us to do that in C. So we put added an SSC server in there, and when you watch the messages as they come in, that all those messages could be considered a frame. Sometimes it just kind of depends on how the system cuts up
Mhm.
your messages. So when Delaney talks about like what can fit in a frame, that's what he's talking about. It's like the portions of the message that are being given to you until the message is complete, or over a sequence of messages. So it kind of depends, but that's what I mean, is that you guys are willing to go down into that and go, uh, well, how does this work? And how much can we cram in here? And how can we make this faster and whatever? And a lot of people are not willing to do that. They want people like you to do it and then tell them what to do. So you lose out on a lot of learning that way, unfortunately.
Well, and what's interesting is that there's a lot of times where people say, "Oh, it can't do that." Like, for example, they'll say, "Well, SSE has to open a connection. It has to do this and that." Like, no, it doesn't. Oh, like, server send events is just a response type. It doesn't have to be an open connection. It doesn't, like, so can get all these benefits of doing locality of behavior updates without having open streams. But you can do open streams. And another thing, for example, when they're like, "Well, WebSockets are going to be better," it's like, the interesting thing about an SSE event is that window stays open. So your compression window stays open, and it's a sliding window.
Right.
So the irony is that even though you're sending large text files, the text files have a lot of sharing and similarity. And so instead of you trying to do deltas and all these crazy things with CRDTs and vector clocks and lamports and
Right.
all that stuff, you can just rely on Brotley's window. And we see between 400% and 60,000% compression updates by doing that. So you can get literally 6,000 to 1 compression using our approach.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is most people just do not want to engage with you once you show them that. Like, they just don't like talking to you about this stuff.
Yeah.
I did see a question on here, so because I can answer it right away.
Yeah.
How does
Absolutely.
Delaney
Yeah.
see the upcoming stateful node movement APIs move before? Guess what? Datastar already has them built in. That's like, we default to doing that. So move before is the way that we do more if it's available in the in your browser. We just do that. That's part of the 10K thing. It has all that stuff built in automatically. In fact, obviously we prefer to do it because it's faster than doing clone node on your templates and all that. I don't know how technical people want to get, but like, I'm happy to get into the weeds with any of those kind of questions. If there's any other ones, just holler.
Yeah. If you have a question, go ahead and ask. Absolutely. Yeah. there's some cooking behind me because so you're gonna have to hear some cooking behind me, but that's fine. Um, okay, hang on. Yeah, Nicholas. I don't know if you can see him. Yeah, you can see him on the Restream bot. Um, he says about his 300 line SQL function with two CTs, and I just needed one simple value. I did the same with an 8 line query because it's just simple math, but I'm forced to use the 300 line query here. I'll even pop it up on chat. This is what I'm talking about. Um, you know what, Delaney? What do you think? Just because before we get into the drama, I want to do two other things. But based on the drama that you've had, since we're kind of a little bit on this topic, let's broach it just a touch. What do you think about the drama you've experienced so far, and the stuff you've done, and how has it given you insight into how people are thinking in this industry, and how dumb it is, if you will?
Well, the thing is that I don't see the irony is even though I do have my own JS, like I guess a series of frameworks at this point, not just libraries in the JS space. I'm kind of surprised at how much of it really is just vibes and fashion, um, which is kind of weird to me. Like I've done a little bit of game dev and like things like in the military and slot machines and all that kind of thing. And in that space, like security is really important. How you build things is important. You have to go through auditing and regulatory things and all that. And like, there's not a lot of opinion. It's like, oh, here's the facts of what we know on the ground. What I've found interesting is that a lot of times, especially on the Twitter space, that people opine opinions but not really want to have facts. And if you talk facts, they actually actively disengage, which has been a weird thing for me because like in game dev, you don't care. Like my time budget's my time budget. I don't care what your opinion is. I got 400 microseconds for this task to do something. So that's the part that's kind of surprising to me is that they like it's just a browser. You're hooking into a browser and doing the minimal amount of scripting to just set up a web page. Why is there so many opinions when we have facts to do things? So I think it's a little silly, but maybe it's my graybeard talking that like I think that they're almost trying to find something to argue about. Everyone's kind of solving like being really smart. It's solving the wrong problem. It feels like to me as kind of an outsider to it.
Yeah, it's strange. It's almost like here I'm just gonna pull up something here and see. Um, well, maybe not. Maybe I screwed that up. I did screw up. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Anyways, so yeah, it's strange to me because it kind of leads into some of the. I'll bring up a few because I have a few links here. But when you start talking about, hey, like you said before, hey, I have like this demo and it's got like a million checkboxes and you can do it all, live and people can do all kinds of stuff. And then it's just so wild to me. The immediate pushback is, yeah, but does this work for Jira though?
Yes. Yeah,
Like,
that was pretty
what?
funny. And what's really funny is that I didn't make that demo. I did kind of help Anders a little bit with it, but not very. Like that's Anders. One of the guys in the community, Anders, made that demo in Clojure, and he made a billion checkbox demo in like 350 lines of Clojure, and it works on a $5 server, and it got to the top of Hacker News, and it had no issues. So that's the kind of thing. But what the funny part about that is he did everything I asked him not to do. He did the dumbest version possible. And what I mean by that is every single checkbox and every single piece is actually sent down every single frame. So it's like 2,500 checkboxes getting updated every 5 times a second. And that's a global store that everyone in the world sees the same view at the same time. There's also a Game of Life one that's the same kind of thing where he's sending down basically 100,000 DOM nodes per second. That's a global shared thing, and it works fine. It's fine. So like when people say, "Oh, it can't do a Jira thing," like come back when you show me a Jira thing, it's like, okay, I'm showing you a rendering demo, and you're like, yeah, but making it like I don't like your graphics, like hire better artists, and it's like, okay, but we're talking about like the engine. I don't know what we're like, how are we like you're complaining about the sound when it's like a tech demo for the lighting system. Like it's almost like we're talking about different things at this point, and it's weird to when you engage with these people. Uh, it seems like a lot of it's weirdly bad faith, but I don't get it. I just don't understand it. So like another example, I guess, of kind of a drop, like a little while ago, people were saying that like minification doesn't matter anymore. I'm like, that's just not true. And I basically showed that like, hey, here's a way that takes 10, 15 seconds to load your way, and it takes 1 to 2 seconds, even on a 3G connection. That matters because that's even before you start adding other things to the page, adding the actual business stuff. And when people say it doesn't matter, and I'm like, okay, but it does. And then they basically say, well, I don't want to argue about this. I just don't know how to, like, that's not my personality to say, okay, my, I guess facts don't care about your feelings. I don't like Shapiro, but this is one of those, like,
That's yeah.
it's kind of a weird thing of like, but these are the results. And if you like, as soon as you get shown results and then you won't have a discussion, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, uh, that's what I battle all the time in the public sphere as well. That's exactly what you're talking about. As soon as you start talking about how these things have an impact on people's lives, like try talking about how entire swaths of the world cannot access a vast majority of what of the web as we access it today in the West here because they can't, because it's too slow. It won't run on their machine. It's taking
Yeah.
up too much bandwidth, etc. And we just go, eh, really? You could have access to, huge portions of Africa even, right? Like there's all kinds of stuff, right?
Well, one of the really funny things is that I think I kind of go back and forth. I was going back and forth a lot with JLRkey, but he's kind of shut up now. He was one of the funny ones because he was like, "Yeah, this is like using up my CPU is being pegged when I do this thing inside of an iDiv window, and it had nothing to do with Datastar. It was like yeah, you're now maxing out your GPU in Safari, not like Datastar has nothing to do with it. Like Datastar doesn't even show up in your logs, but now you're blaming Datastar because it's like, yeah, we are fast enough that you're actually seeing issues in Safari. That's pretty funny to me. But also, I get some pushback of like, yeah, none of this matters on my M1 MacBook in Cupertino kind of thing. It's like, I don't care about you. Like, you are not the person I'm worried
Yeah,
about and I have concerns with. I've done some like embedded stuff for military applications and things like satellites and stuff like that. And you care about every byte going over, and like it matters. And if it doesn't matter to you, good, congratulations. Like you're
yeah,
in a easy job. That's cool. Like nothing wrong with that. Like there's horses for courses. But if you do care, then you have to care. I like it,
yeah,
to me, it's weird that there's any drama at all with it. It's like, look, here's the results I found. Tell me I'm wrong, or to like, here's a perfect example. When we first did our we had a podcast thing that said, hey, we're like 10 times faster, between 10 and 50 times faster than alien signals, and which is the fastest signal library out there. And the author of that came on and said, hey, I think your benchmarks are screwed up. I'm like, well, I used your benchmarks. Like, tell me what I'm doing wrong here.
right.
We found out that like we were doing something wrong. We were basically no-opping something, like it was getting compiled out
Oh
basically in
yeah,
our version
okay,
of it.
yeah,
And so like he helped us fix that. And then we were still faster, but we showed him our approach and it helped make alien signals faster. And then now we use alien signals because it's within a window. It's like, actually, this is a better dynamic approach.
right.
So we all got better out of that. Like, it's okay to be wrong and be like, man, my benchmarks, that's the whole thing. Is like, if I'm out of whack, if I'm saying that's a lie, show me I'm doing it. And like, let's both get better. Like, I want to get better at this stuff. This is not my livelihood. I don't want to be I don't want to be a person. I don't want like to be a persona around the JavaScript framework. Like, fuck that. I just
Yeah,
want to use it for work stuff. And I'm trying to give back and make it something that's sustainable so that other people don't have to fight these fights.
yeah, yeah.
But the
And
fact that there's any drama around that's weird
that's
to
what I
me.
was just gonna say. The fact that there's a fight at all is very strange, and uh, when I talk about, for example, when I talk about the dependencies that people pull in, they just npm install everything. They don't check it, or they rarely check it. That has an impact. People lose their data on that, right? Like, or
Well,
lives in some
this actually
cases.
brings up our Discord's pretty good.
Sure.
Because the thing data star's so small, most of the talks are about other things. But someone was basically complaining that we're not on npm, and it's like we're a single 10K binary, like copy paste it into your vendor thing, like into your statics, you're done. Like they're like, but why aren't you making it part of your thing? Like, what about signing and all that? I'm like, signing just tells you that that person verified it, not you. We have source maps and all that stuff. Like, you should like rely on that. It's just funny that people were going, yeah, but you're not on npm. Like, I don't need to be. Like, I don't need npm. You can literally do a cd into the to the GitHub thing if you want it. But we also put our stuff on GitHub. Like, you have the binary or
Yeah.
the the final one there with the source maps. But people were giving it a hard time of like, yeah, but you don't fit into the narrative almost. And it's like, well, no, I don't need to.
Right.
Like, you don't need all that stuff.
Right.
So it's pretty funny.
That is funny. It's almost like you're not serious unless you're on npm somehow, as if that was gonna, I don't know, make it more better. I'm
We
not
don't even
sure.
have a package.json, even though it's written in TypeScript, because we actually use esbuild directly in Go, and we actually compile it in our website is actually just a Go binary, and you can literally compile it compiles and runs all the TypeScript stuff on the fly, like
Uh,
dynamically.
yeah, that's kind of cool, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's pretty great.
Yeah. Okay, so why don't you talk about a little bit about the web component stuff you're doing and the Tailwind stuff that you're doing? Let's talk about that for a bit, and then we'll move into the Twitter drama, and yeah, we'll go there.
Yeah, one of the questions there was a question about HTTP 3 and would that be
Okay.
better for compression and all that. The answer is that the windows for the Brotli stuff is gonna be roughly the same. The thing is with HTTP 3, it's about reliable UDP, which means that your slow start and some of the other stuff that you deal with in the TCP stack will go away, especially things around head of line blocking. So overall contention in your server will be way better, but the same issues are going to apply. So Datastar is actually going to work better in that situation. Than even the TCP stuff. We just happen to be small enough to fit within TCP slow starts, but you get all those benefits out of the box. When it comes to web transport, I've been highly interested in that. In fact, I have my own little project called Darkstar, which is literally doing a web transport thing for doing like net rollback code and all that. So it's a very different style of building systems because you're basically having to build a deterministic uh, tick thing, which is kind of how you build first-person shooters or fighting games. It means that it's not just a normal web component, but for the WASM stuff you're doing and for game dev, a net rollback thing that was built into the browser is kind of what Darkstar is all about, which would be use web transport heavily. So
Nice.
answering that one.
Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome to
Uh,
answer anything else. Yeah, go for it.
yeah, the 15 megabytes of JavaScript. Yeah, the thing that's really funny is that because of the way Datastar is built, it's 10K, but it's 10K one time. Like you never do it again, like because it just sits there and it's cached and it's part of your local stuff. So you don't have to set up a PWA or service workers, all this bullshit. Like you just like use the browser as it's intended and you're done. So you end up just having declarative stuff that's tiny. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, so the Rocket stuff, or it was called Rocket, I've just renamed it to Ion simply because it's shorter and it's easier to type. But I just did a thing, I put a thing out on Twitter where I'm basically showing just a basic web transport thing for a counter with validation and errors and like the stuff that you actually have to do instead of a web component. And it's about 110, 120 lines. And with my new Ion web component framework thing, it is, I think, 10, maybe 11 total. So that's exciting because basically I'm making web components declarative. A weird thing about web components is that even though it's part of hypermedia and all that stuff, it's completely imperative. You're defining classes and extending classes and doing all these kinds of things. Oh yeah, you're bringing up a perfect. He's bringing up literally the thing I tweeted out this morning. So the idea behind the thing is there's all these different frameworks for doing web components, but they're all just like doing it in TypeScript and stuff. I wanted to do it so that I could just define things declaratively and have things like transformers and validators and all that stuff just built in and have scope signals. So you get all the beauty of Datastar, but as soon as you create these signals, they hook into the rest of the signals on the page, but when the web component goes away, they automatically clean up after themselves and all that kind of stuff. So it's just making your life easier because the thing is most of the time people don't write web components because it takes a lot of effort. This way, it's a few lines of code.
Okay, so let me counter back with you. This isn't a criticism that I truly believe because I think because I can already discount the criticism, but I'll throw it back at you anyways because I want you to
Sure.
to discount the criticism. Why would I want a web component where I have to put in essentially a bunch of declarative junk in the attributes? Isn't that polluting the HTML space? Now I'm just expanding my HTML. Aren't you just kicking the can down the road?
So the answer is yes, and that's the beauty of declarative coding. So for example, when you say in SQL, hey, I want to create an index. It is up to the context of the internal SQL engine to decide how to do that thing. When you say, I want to select all where blah, 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 it knows where its tables and pages and how it defines things, whether it's using a B tree or an LSM or all these other things happen. Being declarative gives the engine developer a superpower because they are getting your intent more than implementation. And so that's one of the reasons why ISTAR overall is so small, is because we're, instead of you writing this imperative code over and over and over again, we basically made a declarative library that we've made huge changes to underneath the hood, made it 5 times faster, made it smaller, and yet your code didn't change at all. So the whole beauty of hypermedia, in my opinion, is that it's declarative nature towards a UI. Like, it's basically immediate mode for UIs. And that was the one thing about React back in the day that was really good, is that it was the idea of you just write immediate mode, like, here's what I want my page to look like, and like the reactivity will take care of itself. This is closer to that ideal. And the thing is, we already have data start. Like, data start is a really good thing, but it's meant for global state. Well, the problem with components like this is that they have local state, right? So you need a way to circle that square of saying, how do I get local stuff that then hooks into the global one? This is a huge problem with React, with Redux, and all the different versions of that came out since then, right? There's been a million, is that they didn't play that game correctly. I think you start with global state and then you make hooks into that in a way that no one else has seemed to done. So my thing is, if you want to write TypeScript web components, just use lit. It's great. It does a really good job. If you want to be declarative and let like the engine author get faster and better and all those things, then do it. Like, no one is doing a purely declarative approach to web components. And my thing is, it's just better. Like, I've found that I've taken all the different web components I've written, and so far they're between 4 and 12 times smaller. Even ones that are pure, like a full QR code encoder that was built in, all of eCharts, all those things just got smaller because there's less, like, especially when it comes to validation. Validation is a nightmare for getting that right and showing the right errors at the right times and making that efficient. Doing it declaratively just is a lot easier, in my opinion.
So, okay, so the concept here, help me understand if I parrot this correctly. The concept would be that because you're being declarative and you're stating the intent of what you want your web component to do at certain moments, at global, maybe a globally through its lifetime, whatever it is, you have the ability to then write supportive code that reads the declaration, that intent, and goes, I know how to support you. And as a result of that, it might seem like you're ballooning the HTML because I'll just make it a little bit smaller here. Because if you look at some of the attributes here, it might seem like you're adding a whole bunch of attributes in here that maybe they might even seem unnecessary to you at first glance, right? I can understand that initial, oh, what's going on here? But you're saying that these are actually, like, the trade-off there is actually helping you to get smaller overall because your ability to support these attributes becomes easier and smaller and better. You don't have to do weird things in your code, ballooning your code for all kinds of scenarios. That's kind of what I'm picking up here, right?
Oh yeah, go to the other picture, which is just doing the more native approach, like doing imperative code. These are almost literally the exact same. Like, it's the same code that's basically been, like, take the parts of what Ion does for you automatically, and that's what's actually, it's the same code that's happening for you, but that's, you have to do that for every single thing. And again, this is a tiny little web component. We're getting into complicated stuff, right? So if you start chaining validators and making one thing rely on the other, and like,
Yeah.
it would get much bigger. And this is to be truly hygienic with your things, do the right disconnects, not leak memory. It's just a lot to get right. So my thing is, go fall into the pit of success so that you don't have to think about this. And then if you do it the other way, you're thinking about your business logic immediately. Like, you can look at these two things and you're like, oh, that data text or that $$ looks kind of weird. Well, guess what? That's a valid JavaScript like syntax. That's just JavaScript. And the other thing is, this is purely HTML. This is the only templating system I've ever seen that's actually just HTML.
Right. Right. No, I agree. And I think, see, this goes back to, I mean, Delaney, you've had a huge inspiration on the work I do, even with the CHTTP stuff that I'm working on now. I haven't used Datastar because it's just not it's C, right? We're trying to do everything in C. We're not trying to do everything in everything else. But I still pulled in SSE, and I still just shove a whole bunch of strings down the pipe, and I still use
Yep.
Brotli and all of it because partially of the stuff I've learned from you, and the fact that you've proven it, right? And so I look at something like this, and now to kind of switch hats and defend you, um, you'd have to tell me why this would be any worse than what you see on a typical React website. Like we can go to the React dev website right now, and if you have a look at some of the attributes that are in the elements here, I'll figure out how to shuffle you around here. But let me just do this, and then I'll take this off, and I'll zoom in here, and let's go down to yeah. Like if you look at what they have in here, why on earth is yours any worse than a whole bunch of these class attributes? And this is light mode. Like there are people who put in specialized, unique IDs per element in order to keep the state of it, on load time. It's crazy. Tell me why this guy over here is worse than that. But when this basically means nothing, like all of these classes and stuff, what the hell do they mean? Like, what? Why are you putting so much in here to make React work when you could just use attributes to get the same kind of reactivity that you want out of
Well, and
React?
not just that, I'm just using what's built into the browser. The reason why it's called data
That's
star is
right.
there's literally something already in the spec called data dash star attributes. I'm just using the spec. I'm just making it easy to use. That's it. There's nothing special about it.
All right.
And I will say, even for the thing, so data star, I can see why you're not using it with your WASM stuff, but I will say with the Ion stuff, I think you might want to relook at it. And here's why. I just sent you a link to you can open up in your browser.
Sure.
Basically, you're just ingrocking into my machine right now because I'm working on
Okay.
Ion at the moment.
Okay.
But I'm going to show you a QR code example.
All
Okay,
right. I'm gonna pop it up right now, guys. Let's hope this works.
let's do it live.
Let's do it live. Okay. So far, it says it's for demo purposes only. Delaney,
Yeah,
do I have
demo
your
purposes.
permission? All right. All right.
Yes, you sure do.
Here
Yes.
we go. Here's a dynamic code. All right.
So what's interesting is that just play with the code because this is actually in the browser, right? Like this
Yeah.
is just so type on the text,
All right.
whatever
So
it should work. You can type YOLO, whatever.
there we go. Yeah.
Cool. So if we go down, yeah, Chaz sucks. Chad is fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, chat
so if you go
sucks.
down, I'm explaining how it works. If you actually go down, the entire implementation is down below.
Okay. Okay. Here
So
we go.
yeah, keep going. Scroll down. Yeah. So look at the top. You are basically giving it a name. You're setting up some styles, and it's doing a data ion import. So instead of rewriting a whole thing, so you can import ESM modules, you could import WASM, you can do all those kinds of things, and now that's on the QR instead of being on a window and during your global scope and stuff like that.
Right.
You now have it on QR code. If you go down to where the effect runs, uh, the effect is automatically cleaned up for you after it runs. And if you see, you just says if there's no QR code, say it's not there, and you just do QR render. So when you're doing your WASM stuff and you're saying, hey, I want to integrate so that there's a web component on the page where I wire things up so that people can drive it depending on the browser things, you can do that easily with the Ion stuff. So it's not about recreating WASM or TypeScript or ClojureScript or anything like that. It's about how do you wire those things up and take the imperative code and make it declarative. So I think
Okay.
everyone's trying to, you're like with lit and all these other things, you're trying to write your component, the entire thing in, in their framework.
Right.
I'm doing the opposite. I'm saying I'm doing everything to get out of your way. So
Right.
you write it however you want to.
Right.
So these are the hooks that I want people to have when they're playing with this thing, right? So it binds and all that. So you can make your entire game in WASM and just hook it up at the last second to a web component with the Ion stuff. And now you're driving it with Datastar or with anything else. Like you get all the benefits without much headache.
Okay. So if I wanted to, I could bar this up to multiple web components because right now I have
Mm-hmm.
multiple web components on my game, and because they deal with different things, and they could all reference the same, like they could read from the same WASM if that's what I wanted them to do, and just
Yeah, 100%.
independently do their thing, right? Okay.
Well, and
Okay.
not just that, but you can actually set up context stuff where you basically have one component that's like your engine thing, and you have individual like loaders and stuff like that that are singletons within your engine. Like there's lots of ways of doing this stuff. I've
Okay.
showcased that I've done that before in a lot of different ways, like level editors and stuff that are built as their own components that use the context of the engine that's around them and stuff like that. Yeah,
Okay.
100%.
So then let me throw you a question.
Sure.
I've got two different games right now. I've got a multi-user dungeon game, and it looks. I don't even know if this is still running. Yeah, it looks kind of like this. It's just like a text-based thing. You enter your
Hmm.
name, and then you join the game. There's a map on the right, and then there's some information that should show up, but I've broken it because we're working on it. That's one, and then the other one is a boat chess thing game that I have, the one with the actual pixel art and everything. There's two different ones. So the boat one is the WASM one. So the WASM runs in the browser, and that's your game state. And I read from that WASM. I ask questions. What's the game state? What is the player doing? Where are they? What's in this tile, etc. And then I render that. In this thing on screen right now, this comes directly from the server. This is solely server driven. This is what my C is doing. This isn't the C one, but you can essentially just say C is running it in the background with
Yep.
SSC piping everything down all the time as often as is needed. I did exactly what you described, and I'm stealing from you. I'm being very honest, and I think I've said it
Right.
quite honestly. I give credit to you for the idea here. I fire off short-lived requests. I want to move. I want to move up.
Yep.
And it's just post requests, and then just forget about it. You don't even need to know if it succeeded. The SSC will tell you if it succeeded, right? So how
Well,
would
in fact, one of the
oh,
things
go
that's
ahead.
built into Datastar that you don't get is it does the automatic reconnects. It also does automatic abort cancellations for you. So if you send off too many on the same thing, you can actually cancel it. You can turn that off too, but we can do all these extra things for you in that 10 kilobytes. So there's a lot of things that you probably aren't doing because you're like, oh, I don't want to get to that.
Right,
But the thing about Datastar is we just do it for you. So you'd still be more efficient using Datastar, ironically,
right, right.
even for a C game.
Right.
So
And I kind of, to be honest, I kind of want people to see how much effort would go into a low level version of this. That's why
yeah,
I'm building it. If you're going to build this in C, think about how much code that we've had to build on stream, guys. That's a lot of code to support this kind of stuff, and you get it for free from out of Datastar. So there's a huge benefit there, and I hope that you guys can see the disparity between the effort levels and what you the golden age of what you get for free these days. Okay, so let me ask you then. So if I wanted to have web components here and web components in the game, I kind of have two different sources of data. One lives within the browser. You're playing the game. You can think about it as like offline. It's an offline single player game, and the web component has to ask WASM for particular things. In some cases, it's what's in the map. In some cases, it's what text should I display because you're having a dialogue or whatever it is. How would that work with Ion reaching in and asking for those things?
so the way I look at Ion is I almost the only things I would use Ion in for your game is for the purely UI library-ish kind of things. Very much of this is all should be server driven anyway, so I would do very much the CQRS thing of you send commands as those posts, and then you have an open stream that's just telling you what's happening in the game live.
Right.
None of that changes with the Ion stuff. The only thing about the Ion stuff that does is that if you're like, hey, I want to have that box, and when all the TL, like all the coloring stuff that you take the ANSI standard stuff and you turn it into HTML tags. That's the kind of stuff that I want to make easier to have shareable web components. So the one thing that's interesting, someone brought up in the chat that like I'm not the first to do declarative stuff. That's true, but the reason I just posted the InWorks documentation for Ion, and it has all this the dynamic import stuff of both ESM and IFEs. It has all this property and validation and transforms. It has localization built in. It has a bunch of features, and it's in 6 kilobytes. It's what it's at right now. So, like you said, it may be too big, and the other one uses XLTS. Yes, like that's 100%. There's been attempts at this, but it's kind of like the way I felt about when I first got into the HTMX stuff. It's like these are great ideas, but no one's finished it. Like no one's taken it to its logical conclusion and dogfooded it hard enough. And I've built enough like real-time systems to go, these are all the things that I need to do what I need to do for development. And the thing is, what's nice is because you pay it a one-time cost, now all of a sudden your individual components get really small because they're just HTML on the
Right.
page and they compress really well and all that stuff. So you have a
Right.
lot less logical stuff going on per component.
Right.
So in a lot of ways, you actually are saving bytes by going hypermedia, which feels very unintuitive, but that's reality. And I'm
Right.
happy to put my numbers against anybody else's.
So the concept then would be along the lines of you bring down whatever it is. It could be data star. In this case, it would be ion. Bring it down. You have a
Mhm.
web component. You've got the declarative fields here, attributes. It tells you what it needs to do. Once you've pulled down the library, you're good to go. The web component will know exactly how to operate as it's receiving updates, and you shove it updates. You give it data. Like here's what I want you to do next, and that could come from an SSE stream. That could come from a request that's successful. That could come from WASM. It honestly shouldn't matter where it comes from. It doesn't
No.
actually care. It just cares about if you give me X data, then you want Y output, and I'm going to do that.
So what? So for example, one of the transformers that I have is if you go to the transformer area. Actually, I don't know if this got documented. I need to. If you click on your on the side there, there should be a transformer. Scroll down just a little bit under modifier overview. Just a little, type transforms. Um, Yeah, okay. So it's not there. I need to update it because it didn't show up. But one of the types that is supported, it's not in the documentation, is binary. So you can give it a binary thing, which is a base 64 thing. It'll automatically get turned into UTF or uint8 arrays for you and get
Nice.
transformed. So that inside of your thing, if you have like, for example, a WASM thing with protobuf or something, you can just hand me a base 64 in the top level, and I'll automatically convert it and automatically give it to you in a signal that then you can then derive inside of your WASM to say run the next tick with that information or pull that stuff in. So things like binary, things like pulling in JSON or JavaScript or all these things are automatically built in.
Right.
These are things that you would have to write by hand. And guess what? If you write it by hand more than once, you've now paid that. You basically paid for all of Rocket or all of the Ion thing.
Ion, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to get my hands on this. How do I get my hands on this? How long do I have to wait?
Uh, so I'm actively working on it. It'll probably go into the pro stuff here pretty soon. Um,
Okay.
it's more that like I don't want to have it changed drastically for everybody, but I can get you a copy of it so you can start playing with it and see how it feels
I
to
want to
use.
I want to
So
integrate it in the game because I would like to do it maybe for the mud here. I'm
yeah,
not sure, but
the thing is that for example, each of these like that map, you could be just handing that map a binary thing,
that's what I want to do.
and it
Yeah.
automatically converts it into
Yeah.
the ANSI stuff.
Yeah.
Like you could just take the code reliefs from the terminal and say, I'm going to do that all in the SPA
Yeah.
side. That's fine. The thing is that people think I'm like against SPAs and all that. I just think that people are putting state in the wrong place. That's
Correct.
all.
Yeah.
So stop putting state in the wrong place, and we can be friends.
Yeah. Correct. That's the key thing here. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. I think this would be great for the game for a number of reasons because I'm going to be honest with you, I was going to have to write something like this for my own web components anyways.
Everyone does.
Yep.
Everyone does.
Yep.
Everyone does it every time.
Yep.
It sucks.
It sucks. And I was going to go down the rabbit hole of cuz if you've watched my stream at all, I'm not saying you, I'm saying the general you. If you've watched my stream at all, you know how I am. I nitpick every little thing on purpose because people need to understand what the hell's going on under the hood, including myself. I also learn. So I was going to go down the rabbit hole of exactly how this works, but I would like to use Ion on this, and then
Yeah.
I'll crack open Ion whenever you're ready to hand it over. I'll crack it open on stream, and we'll make it happen because I think that's a absolute perfect fit because that's what I was going to do anyways. So I think
Everyone
that's
has
great.
to.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing that's kind of frustrating to me about the things like I like lit, right? Like I love the ideas of lit and what it's doing, but the problem is by the time you add context, by the time you add this, like people always talk
Yep.
about it being a 5K library. It's like, yeah, but by the time you do all the stuff you need to do, you're at like 10K easily, and that's just for one component. So then you have to say, well, now I have to bundle, now I have to do these other things.
Right.
Well, guess what? My way, you pay with data star and it together, you're paying around 15 kilobytes, and you're doing it once, and you're done. Like everything else is just regular templates and component stuff. And what's really interesting is what is a UI library or what is a Ion library? It's just an endpoint with a bunch of templates on it. So you can do that dynamically. So you can actually do dynamic web components depending on the context
Right.
of the situation.
Right.
No one's doing stuff like that. And I don't
Right.
know why.
Okay. Okay. That's cool. All right. So I'll get my hands on that one way or another. I'll be
Okay.
patient and wait. But whenever you're ready to let me have a
I'll give
crack
it
at
to
it.
you. I'll give you an example of it later today.
Okay.
Offline, like not
Yeah.
for
Yeah. Not here. Not here.
not for distribution, but
Not
yeah,
for
I'll give you
distribution.
a
Yeah.
copy of it.
Yeah. The I'll play around with it offline. I won't put it on any public server or anything
Yeah,
like that,
that's
so
yeah,
people
that's great.
can't. But I'll play around with it, and yeah, that'd be great. Okay, so We got Ion, and then the next thing that you have is the Tailwind thing. Why don't
Yeah.
I go full screen? Let me move this over. I'll go full screen. Why don't you tell us about the Tailwind thing? Now, hey, if I may, sir, just for a brief moment, let me give you an example of what we're talking about. I should put the screen back. So here's what Tailwind is. I'm sure you've seen this,
Mhm.
as in the general you chat. I'm going to move you over here. So here's Tailwind, and what Tailwind does is you see all this, and actually we saw it on the React. Yeah, here you see. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I can take this down. I can move this guy over. You see all that junk in here, the class, all this. That's all stuff that usually you would put in a style sheet. You'd write CSS, right? And so that's what Tailwind is supposed to do for you. It's supposed to take all of these classes and give you this, I guess, somewhat declarative version of doing the same thing, and it just autofills the styles for you. I did a video on this on my YouTube. You can go look it up. Don't do Tailwind, not even once. That's the title of the video, and it's got a clown in front of it because essentially Tailwind is offering you a bunch of lies. It doesn't actually save you anything. Now, with that premise, we proceed, Delaney. What are you trying to crack here?
So that is a great question. I was actually seeing if I could run the. Let me see if I can do. I was gonna just have you literally play with it.
Oh, cool.
Um,
I like that.
but yeah, because the problem is, I was starting to work on it. I was like, man, I really need to get some web components to make this really good.
Right.
Well, guess what? I had to go write a web component library to make that happen.
Right,
So
right.
um, that's kind of the irony of the situation is that like to get it going really well actually meant having to write all of the Ion stuff first.
Yep.
Let me see if I can get it
No problem, no
running here
problem.
real quick.
Yeah. If, by the way, while he's doing that, if anybody in chat wants to ask questions, you're welcome to. I think I saw a few, but I'm pretty sure Delaney got to them. If anybody needs to grab my attention, just at me. Um,
Okay,
yeah.
so I got it here for you.
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay, so the premise is okay. Go to Tailwind's website and look at how much it's downloading onto the page, just for the homepage, for example. Like you can literally go, yeah, open up there.
This is the home page, and we'll go
Yeah, go
let
to DevTools and just look at
that
how much
work.
CSS and stuff it has to download to make that happen.
So we'll move you over here.
Yep.
Okay, and then
You
that's
can look
fine.
at,
Okay,
yeah, so 7 megs of stuff, even if you just do the CSS, for example,
so let's just do
right?
that.
Yeah, just click on the CSS instead of all for the CS. Yeah, and okay, so 74 kilobytes worth of stuff transferred. Cool. Okay, and how many megs was it? 74 megs of stuff?
7.3.
No, for the all. Or
Yeah,
7.3. Okay,
yeah.
great. If you go to like the Datastar website, which is slightly different. I mean, we have reactive real-time examples on our version. It's data-star.dev. Now, if you go look at the um
It's under a
yeah,
freaking meg. Jeez. It's
yeah, and
under
we're
a
doing
meg.
real-time stuff as well, but the interesting thing is if you open up actually open up the elements and look at our page itself, like look at the contents of our page. And this is the most heavily classed page in the entire application. So if you open up and yeah, you can just scroll down to this stuff. So you get section IDs, and if you open up any of those things, you'll just see that we're using semantic
Yeah,
web things. You're not going to see a million tabs. And so, like if you click on the element thing, you'll see like it looks like CS or HTML, right?
yeah. This is
And if you
just straight up regular HTML here. Yeah.
yeah, so the thing is we're using semantic styling, and then we're using things like if you open up, go to the network tab and you look at Stellar, like if you yeah, so it's just normal like a class, usually not any even class. But if we go in here and you yeah look for Stellar, so you click on that. So it's 9.3, but it's 9.3 for the entire forever, not for per page. It's for the whole thing, and it actually is going to get smaller. But all we're doing is creating a bunch of variables.
That's it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's just variables on the page, and then the thing is that like the thing that's valuable about Tailwind, and you're like Tailwind not once, but the one thing is you got to say Tailwind has a nice design system. It
Right.
has a shitty interface with the way that you do utility classes. But there's some really good ideas for a design system in there. So what projects like OpenProps do that basically give you all these different variables that you can use in your page, so that when you go look at the CSS for, like, if you click on one of these elements, you'll see that we use CSS variables all over the place. Those extend, they work well, they're fast, they're efficient. Like if you click on the top left of your DevTools, like the element selector thing. No, the top left, top left of the DevTools, super top left. Yeah, and you go click on something down, yeah, like the build reactive thing, and you click on that. Yeah. You should see all the styles are just using variables. Like that's it. Like, so all Stellar is doing is setting up those variables in a reactive dynamic way.
Right.
And the thing is, it's not the design system. Tailwind's design system is good. It's just the way you interact with it is wrong.
Right.
So the thing that it's kind of in a, it's in a mess state right now because I was waiting to do the web component stuff.
Right.
But all I'm doing with Stellar is just making it nice to create the right variables and the right design system. So this is again just on my machine. So like,
yeah, you
but
can
if you go
take it
into,
down
like, for example, colors, you'll see that I have I've done all the work. I've ported like 8,000 lines of C++ to Go. And if you actually go and click on, so you're going to be playing with my machine right now.
Okay.
So if you go up to the color and just hit random or pick a color, we automatically create an entire tonal system, including all the contrast ratios. You cannot make a invalid or unaccessible color scheme with us. Now, if you go for the variants, you get all kinds of the different variants and things, but basically you're guaranteed the right color thing. You're guaranteed the right brightness in OK Lab. You're guaranteed all the tonal things are correct, and you get light and dark stuff out of the box correctly. It also has, I don't have in this UI yet because I was waiting to do the web component stuff, but you can give it a background image and it'll do it dynamically on the fly. So it'll actually be picking out colors as you change your background or something like that. So you actually get, theming now just goes away as an issue.
Damn.
So if you go to the next thing, so you have colors, then you go to viewport. I'm completely getting rid of media breakpoints. They go away. So you basically give a minimum and you give a maximum, and then everything in the entire system would be based off of those these global easing functions. So again, you're kind of seeing it like as it is on my machine. And then if you go to, for example, the fonts.
Yeah.
So there's times when you're working on a small screen when you want like the difference in line heights or the difference in things to be very minimal. When it gets bigger, you want bigger jumps, right? But you also want to do that on an easing curve. No one's doing this, and I don't know why. It's like they took these good ideas, and like Utopia has some ideas around that are like this, but they don't go far enough. So now when you scroll things up and down, you actually see live, it's making those changes. And again, you're not making those changes locally. That's actually saving it to my backend right now, which means if I cache this stuff off, anyone who ever does this ever is now in a cache. So you actually have this completely, it basically becomes instant. So you're actually able to track this and generate things on the background in the fly. So this you're doing this on the back end right now.
Yeah. I see.
So the point is, media queries go out so you don't have the weird breakpoint between large and small and all that. It's a fluid interface for the entire system everywhere. So when it comes to sizes, borders, fonts, all this stuff is simplified. Same thing when it comes to like font families. Tailwind has all these things, but the problem is it sucks. When I click on a font family, I want to have a display of all the different fonts. I type on the like the Google font thing where you basically can start typing and see your content in there and see which one's good. Guess what? It's going to have built-in things around automatically downloading things from Bunny or from Google Fonts for you automatically. Have a UI built in that has all those things. So instead of just filling out a config file in Tailwind, you'll actively be able to change things on the fly in this editor, and your entire system changes for you on the fly. And because it's just CSS variables, when I do the UI web components for this, they're just using the CSS variables and Ion put together. So you theming, it's literally you just going in here and changing your Stellar stuff, and you automatically get a full UI editor for every site that you ever make with it.
Yeah.
Just built in.
So that's kind of, I can see the vision now, because you'd have something like this, or your Ion web component. you'd plug in, you'd ship it data, it would handle that data, update, do whatever it's got to do. It's declarative, it's all there. You can read the damn component and figure out what it's going to do more or
Yep.
less. And then on top of that, you have this guy and
The
it'll
styling stuff is built in.
right. And so you just
Yep.
say, like, this is what I want to put here. The CSS variables are an incredible superpower. Some people are using them on stream just to build like really typical neocities stuff, neocities website, your plain
Yeah.
old website, and they're like, oh, this is
Well,
great.
and the thing that's really powerful about them is that you can do shadow DOM and still basically inject in
Yep.
styles. So it means you can actually still stay encapsulated, but have these injection points. One of the things, like, I love the idea of Shoelace and of the awesome web components, but they're really hard to style. They're
Yeah.
very difficult to get out of that theme. Well, the whole point of Stellar is to have this dynamic, uh, um, procedural way of doing these things in a
Yeah.
way that no one's done before. And I don't know why, but I'm going to do it. So I'm going to solve the problem, because the problem is not Tailwind's design theory is not bad. It's how they get to the numbers and how you have to deal with configs and how you have to do build steps. I know Tailwind 4, they're trying to go a different approach with it, but it's still a lot more of the same.
Yeah.
I want to completely put that on its head and say, why can't I have an editor for everything in the config? And I know, instead of playing around and trying to find the right answers, I'm literally just playing with my website. Like, why can't that be a thing?
Yeah.
And
Why
again,
couldn't you
you're
do
noticing
this?
that you're doing this. What's funny is people talk about, like, if you go to actual material colors, because a lot of the material color theory, the HTT is where all this comes from. If you actually go to their thing, they do it all in the JavaScript. And it's incredibly slow. Guess what? You're doing it in Go because it's a lot faster. And
Ah,
so the irony is, going back and forth to my server on my laptop is
yes.
faster than you trying to calculate it locally inside of a spa.
That, yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Yeah. I,
So
yeah. So yeah, when I make these changes, when I do this, like, I'm just going to click it as much as I can.
yeah,
This,
you're talking to my machine right now,
yeah,
which is on like a home
it's just,
network
yeah,
on a
that's right.
laptop.
Yeah. So I just want you to guys to understand that, like, even with the QR code stuff, he might have taken it down, which is fine. You don't have to put it back up. But with the QR code stuff, for example, when I was generating that QR code, and for this, that's running on Delaney's machine right now. It's not a server. It's not like a, some massive web server or anything like that. And I can do anything I want right now, and it'll just work. That's it. But
Yeah.
that's the point, right? That's the point he's trying to make, is that you can have your cake and eat it too.
Well, even right now, when you're playing with those things, use the up and arrow, down arrow buttons to go even faster.
Okay,
Like, I'm
so let's
tasking
do
you to
this.
click on variant, and then go up and down really fast.
Yeah,
And guess what? You're not hurting me. It's it's just doing it live. And guess what? All this is driven by Datastar
yeah,
as well. So it's
yeah,
just easier. Like, the thing is, I guess it's one of those things. It's not that, like, I'm just a, like, I don't know, kind of a game guy who does some visualizations. I'm not a web guy, but why is it that I'm able to make something that's the smallest framework that I know of, that it's also the fastest, but I can also make something that's a tailwind killer on the side while still having a regular job? Like, it's not that, like, it's more that, like, what the hell is everybody else doing? I don't get it. I don't understand where people are putting their time, because I'm doing this to just get back to building a nice UI for a database.
yeah,
Like, and I'm using it at work, doing stuff at Synadia on NATs. Like, these are valuable things, but it's not my direct job. It's
yeah.
interesting. I don't. That's the part I don't understand. It's not so much drama. It's like, I don't know what everybody else is doing with their time.
Well, and I think that's kind of what you're pointing to, and that's why there's drama, because you're asking the question of, like, what are you guys doing, and it kind of makes people wonder, what are they doing, or there's kind of like a cognitive dissonance, right?
Yeah.
And so you show them something like what you're showing me with the Tailwind stuff, with web component stuff, and something like this. Now it's become 1 billion cells, by the way. It
Yes,
used to be
they're
a
active
million.
cells.
Yeah, these are active
Well, and
cells.
the irony is, there's actually a trillion demo that's just sitting there waiting,
Oh,
but no one will
is
do
there
the
a
million
trillion
or the
one?
billion. There's a trillion one ready to go.
Look, man, come on, like, this is, you can see the updates come in, right? As I scroll, and not
Well, the
all
thing
the
is
time.
that, again, it's a $5 server that's running everyone's stuff live. He could up the size and make it so you don't see it, right? Like,
Right,
he could up the buffer, but he's also, like, being a good citizen too.
right,
Like, why update when most people don't scroll fast?
right.
So It's about knowing that, like, if he was getting paid for this, I guarantee he would start making the buffers bigger,
Yeah.
right?
So yeah, I mean, I can go here and click on anything. That should have updated live for everybody. You guys can all go on here live and just pick a spot and
Yeah,
do whatever you want, right?
and give people coordinates to it in there. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're good. So I was telling Anders for this demo, tell me this isn't the best idea ever for raising money. You literally make it so everything's a pixel, but to rewrite a pixel, like everything's open pixels are free, but then it's like a penny to rewrite a pixel, and
Yes.
it's a like a exponential thing,
Yeah.
so that the stuff in the top left becomes more and more expensive over time. But you do a billion, and if they all get filled in, that's $10 million. And
Yeah.
if people want to fight for the top left, they can make even more than that.
Yeah.
So I thought that was a great idea.
Yeah. I think
So
that's a fantastic idea. Yeah. It's only
yeah,
rent.
but the point is that these, like, for example, if you literally go to his examples instead of checkboxes, do examples.andersmurphy.com.
Okay.
And this is an older
Oh,
demo, but again, I don't think this was around when we talked last.
is it not
Is it
there?
not examples? Is it Let me look real quick.
Here's Murphy.
Example.
Oh, example. Okay. Let me go
Yeah.
back. We'll
Yeah.
go over here. All right. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is actually rendering 2,500 cells per every 200 milliseconds. Open up the dev tools for this, and you'll see that there's a initial load of like 17. Like go to network, and then refresh the page. So you start out with 17, and then you just watch the number. So it's the initial 17 transferred, and it's still going, still going. You're not going to see a lot of resource things. See how it just went up by a little bit? Because it's actually doing a diff of the thing, and because you're in a steady state, there's not actually that much data. Even though it's 2,500 divs getting transferred every 200 milliseconds, it's about 12 to 16 bytes over the wire. So now you're at 17.9, even though you've transferred 15 megs worth of HTML over the wire. And it's the full thing. Every single one of those is an actual, like the entire contents of the page, every single time. But when you show people this, they're like, yeah, but can it build a Jira
Yeah,
application?
can you build a Jira? Yeah. Yeah, you can see, guys, if you're paying attention to the stuff we're doing with the mud, this is what we're doing. We're using an event stream and we're shipping down all the HTML coming down, and we just read it and we just dump it into the element, and the browser just chomps away at it, and that's it. You're done. You walk away and you're done. Yeah.
But like use the element selector at the top left of your dev tools and just pick a cell, and you'll laugh if you actually look at the way he built it is the dumbest thing possible.
It might be running so
It's
much.
so fast, yeah, so fast that
I can't even do it.
your
Let,
dev tools is pretty upset at you right now.
yeah,
But the point
it's
is,
yeah.
they're individual divs, which is the
Yeah.
dumbest. It's not a canvas, it's not SVG, it's literally individual divs
Yeah.
being CSS styled.
Yeah.
It's the dumbest thing possible, and it
Yeah.
still
It
works.
still works. Yeah. Yeah.
So
It's
yeah,
a little chonky, but that's the point, right? Is that you didn't on purpose try to do
we'll
this the
take away
best way.
DevTools. DevTools is actually really mad at you right now. Like, take that away and just start playing it.
Yeah.
And the chunkiness goes away.
Okay.
Yeah, if you just play it and play with other people online, like
Yeah.
you will actively. It runs fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I can just do whatever I want here. Yeah, and it just updates. This is where we want to get to with the mud, and we are actually there. The mud's almost done, and this is what'll be happening is just like what you're seeing here. Over here, that's what's going to happen. We're going to ship down the map, some information. It's your messages are going to come in, and that's just all HTML getting shipped down just like this. Yeah, and that's the beauty of this. You take things that like already exist. This exists in the browser. Broadly compression comes for free. Your HTTP connection is just a content type away for the SSE. You already have short-lived requests. You just fire off a GET request or a POST request with a body, whatever you want. All this stuff exists. It's all like there, right? So you don't have to worry about, oh, am I going to have to build this huge infrastructure or whatever? No, you don't have to worry about that. It's just there. I am getting a raid on the YouTube side from Rob. Rob, I'm gonna put a pause here. Rob, welcome in everybody. Here's what I'll do. What you're witnessing on stream, everyone, on Rob's raid. Rob, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm interviewing one of the few people in the tech industry who's actually pushing boundaries and actually trying to make tech better. And what we're talking about, so a lot of people on Rob's side are not programmers. They just come in because they like hearing me talk about the more like societal stuff, right? And I just want you guys to understand that when you guys watch me talk about uh, how web sucks and tech sucks and why websites suck today and video games suck today and software sucks today, what you're witnessing on screen is an example of why they suck. It's actually a counterexample because we're talking about the technology that goes on behind this that exists for free. This technology that powers this thing, you guys can go to example.andersmurphy.com right now and you can play with this, or you can go to let me go back. So this is for everybody on, you can go to cells.andersmurphy.com and you can play with this right now. And as you guys are on here, there's what, 30, 40, 50, however many there. Rob does big raids. I appreciate that, Rob. I hope you're having a good one, man. You can go here and play with it. And for people who don't understand what this is in terms of programming, because Delaney and I are nerding out hard here, what this means for you is that when you're coming on here and you click on a cell, any cell, and you put in like, I don't know, Rob is cool, I guess, something like this. All of you can go on here right now. There is 1 billion cells in here on this website, and you can all play with it, or you can go to example.andersmurphy.com, and as you're all playing around with it, I'm seeing it as well. This is the kind of stuff that the web is capable of doing, and people like Delaney, well, there's actually not very many people beyond Delaney and his team who are trying to push boundaries with what we're capable of with technology. So when I get on my soapbox and I cover the cybersecurity articles and people losing their lives because systems go down and stuff is slow and dumb and why does it crash all the time? This is the counter to it. And I say we can do better. Here's what I'm talking about. The stuff that I'm building with my little video games here, with the text-based adventure games, all that stuff. These are all counterexamples of things that we've had for a long time. I mean, Delaney, how long have event streams been around for?
At least a decade.
Yep. Yep. At least I think it might even be early 2000s if I remember correctly, but it's been a while. So
Yeah, it's been probably at least since 2010. I'd have to look that up, but I know I slept in it for a long time because I was like, I don't get it. Why would I want to send down text? Why would I send down WebSockets?
Right.
Because I wasn't looking at first principles. Like that was my problem. I was part of the problem. I was a big SPA guy for a long time because it's like this seems like it's the best option. It 100% isn't, but even when you prove people wrong, it still doesn't seem to resonate.
Yeah,
that part I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Someone's doing some grayscale stuff. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, some grayscale stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so welcome in again, Rob and the Raiders. That's a huge thank you to Rob for doing that. I appreciate it. So I just to summarize one more time. So as you're watching this, Delaney and I are going to talk about some drama. You came in at the right time because I think we're about to enter into drama land. But I want you guys to put on the hat of you don't actually have to understand. You can kind of gloss over the technical stuff we're talking about because typically the viewers that are on here right now, for the most part, are less technical and more like, well, I don't, what does this have to do with me? What it has to do with you is that when you open up any website at all, okay, whoever just did a follow or something, thank you, I appreciate that. I'm pretty sure that's a follow. The concept here is people don't care about the fact that they are maximally using your machine's hardware to run the most basic operations because they don't know how to build it better. That's my hardcore stance. The tech industry has lost its ability to build anything cool, anything quality, anything secure, and so they don't know what this would even take. Look at this. Look at all the red here. Look, someone else is doing. Look. Like, how cool is this?
Battling.
Yeah.
I'm gonna battle back.
Yeah, battle back. Like
I'm blue. So
there you go.
Battle right now while you're talking.
Yeah. See, you got like we're playing this live. There's people clicking on this right now, and we're just trying to trash each other live here, right? Yeah. React blog hasn't been fixed, Ross. Yeah. So for all the Rob Raiders, I just want you to understand. Look, they're now purple showing up. Man, this is green. Look at that. Look at this, guys. This is what you
We
can do with web tech. And Delaney, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the most caveman web tech that you could possibly come up with, correct?
the way that this is written is the dumbest possible way that it could have been written.
Right.
And it's written as a way of like showing how even if you're dumb, you can make things happen because it's doing 25. It's not being efficient at all. It's someone that literally said, why do I need to be efficient when you made things so fast for me?
Yeah.
So the irony is that like I show it off because it's pretty funny. But if you actually are a web person, you'd be like, you would never build this way. But the fact that it can do this is pretty impressive, I
It's
think.
quite impressive. Yeah. Yeah. So I just want you guys to be aware that that's kind of the context of what we're talking about. The reason why I nerd out with people like Delaney is because it's rare. It's rare to find someone like Delaney who actually wants to focus on how do we make things smaller and faster. And sometimes you just take the dumb approach and see how far you can push it. This is all technology that we've had for a long time, sometimes up to decades. And instead of doing that, instead of focusing on what we can get for you guys as consumers, how can we make your games really fast? How can we make your websites, really cool? How can we make things smaller and faster? How can we make things more secure, so that your data doesn't get sold or released, leaked out there, etc. All of this stuff is it's all been available to us. We've had the option. That's why I rant so much about the tech industry, because it's been captured by a mind virus, which leads us directly into some of the drama. So Rob Raiders, you're now on the back seat. I'm going to go back to my interview with Delaney, but welcome in. Thank you, Rob. I really do appreciate that. Shout out to Rob. He's an awesome guy. It's Rob Noor. He mostly does debates and politics stuff, but he's a solid friend. I've dipped my toe in debating him on a few things that are outside tech, and he's a good guy. He's a solid guy. I really appreciate Rob. Okay, let's get back to you, Delaney. This is all about you, sir. All right, look at this. I have to admit, this is really cool to watch this on screen. People playing this and like, man, this is fun. It's fun. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So drama. Let me leave this up for a minute, and I'm gonna make you just a little bit bigger. So let me do this. Okay. So some of the drama around this, around X, while you've been online, is, in my opinion, it's that you call people out directly. So I call people out in a different way. I call people out from a more of like a general, like public sphere, like what the heck are you doing? Why are you doing this? I don't really go deeper into the technical stuff unless it starts getting debatey, and they're like, "Yo, but why would you do that?" And then fine, I'll go toe to toe with you. I don't care who you are. You want to talk technical stuff? I'm not afraid of it. But generally speaking, I try and make more debate style, like more what Rob debates politics wise, but I do it within the technical sphere. But when you approach it, you don't do it the same way. You have the ability to actually call out the technical stuff immediately. It's right away. Why would you do this when I can point you to something like, I'm going to move you over for a second, when I can point you to something like this, good sir, or when I can point you to something like this, good sir? Okay, why on earth? And this is exactly what you've done. I'm stating this on purpose. You've literally pointed people to this and go, sir, why are you building web tech in the most stupid way possible when you could have this? Look at how easy it is to build the dumbest thing possible and the dumbest way possible, and it still runs really well. And the pushback on you is absolutely insane. So why don't you talk about some of that? And I'm going to pull up a few of your X posts, and we're going to get this set up here.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, it's weird because I don't know if you are much into game theory or anything like that.
A little bit.
There's some interesting stuff around it, and the one thing that I really subscribe to is the tit for tat style. In that I don't start things, especially online. I have kids and I have a life and all that stuff. But when someone says something actively wrong, I'm happy to actually clap back with facts and stuff. So I won't start things, but I'll try to finish them for sure. Um, and the one that kind of came up a while ago was Theo basically did this thing that was 5 apps in, or 1 app in 5 frameworks. And the irony was like, yeah, I used Datastar for that, but I actually said like, you did a piss poor job at explaining Go. It was about Go more than Datastar, of like, hey, you made it the worst version of Go possible. Like you need to like, it's not okay. Like you basically made Go look bad, and to make I think T3 look good, because the way they wrote it was weird. So anyway, I made a version that was actually the smallest version that is by far the fastest. And then I said, hey, I have this ready. I have like a Docker file for you. What do you need so that it's apples to apples? Because I don't want to just start putting up specs and saying, hey, this is a lot better. You look kind of silly. And the only reason why I did this in the first place is people on Twitter actually said, hey, can you do something with Theo's application? I think it's a good, you'd be really good at showing it off. And I said, if you'll look at it, I'll 100% do it. And then he said, yeah, I'll go look at it
Right.
when you're done. I'm like, okay, great. Like, then I'll do the effort. I did it. And I basically said, hey, what do you need to, so that we can do apples to apples?
Right.
And then I never heard from him ever
Right.
again.
Yeah.
And then he started like saying stuff that was just not true and lies. And I just don't back down.
Yeah.
So you can take it from there, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. So this is what I know about the popular influencers and tech streamers and whatnot. And so if you're again, I want you as a consumer now, because now we have to talk to the regular folks, the mere mortals who are not technical gods among us. So for the people who are watching who aren't technical, I want you to understand that these are the kind of people, the influencers and the streamers, who have essentially just turned uh, tech into an entertainment industry and not an actual technical industry. And so here Delaney posted his DMs with Theo because Theo said made some wild claims about him and called him schizo, I believe. I think he called you schizo at one point.
Said, yeah, he said it was full of shit and that I was threatening him or that I was making fun of him. I forget. Like
Making
it
fun
was a
of
lot of
him.
different
That's
things.
right. Yeah.
I made fun of him like and like it may have been threatening. I forget if it was threatening or not. I forget.
Right.
Like
I think it was
it
fun.
wasn't true, so
Yeah.
like whatever.
Yeah, I think it was fun. But I want you to understand that the reason why I'm bringing this up is, first of all, it's drama and people like drama, okay? So
Okay,
if we want to
cool.
turn it into entertainment, I can play that game too. But my actual point is not the drama. My actual point is these are the people that have massive influence on the tech industry. If Garrett Games is still around in chat, he can tell you he essentially and Garrett Games isn't the only person, by the way, who's told me this, but a lot of technical decisions are made because of what people like this say. And they'll look up an article or they'll go to someone's stream like Theo's stream or Primeagen or Pirate Soft or whoever it is, take your pick, doesn't matter. This includes me, by the way. You also shouldn't listen to me as like some authoritative figure. The entire point of my streams is for you guys to use your head and actually think about what you're doing. But they'll go and instead of actually thinking about it and asking questions, well, Theo says something, and so I'm going to make my decisions based on that. There are companies that hire based on that. There are companies that make technical decisions based on that, etc. And so the reason why we're talking about it is Delaney here calls out Theo, not really calls out Theo, but just says, "Look, it's different than when I call out Theo, for example. Delaney essentially said, "Look, I have something you can run." If you're paying attention to what Delaney said, he said, "I have something you can run. You can take this thing, you can run it. I have it ready to go. You can deploy it. You can put it in a Docker container. Whatever it is, I will help you deploy this. And instead of just listening to me say that this is better, why don't you actually go run the thing?" From a consumer perspective, why doesn't that make sense, right? Why wouldn't you want your programmers to sit down and run some metrics and see which one is better? But instead, we have this whole drama, right? Instead, he ghosts you and then he trash talks you afterwards like you did some massive wrong or whatever. You just ask him to go apples to apples. Let's run this thing. It's crazy. But
Well,
that's
it goes even farther because then he said I was saying all these off like going crazy and all this stuff, and I'm like, okay, well, I have receipts of you lying. Show me the receipts of me going crazy. Like, show me the receipts of me like doing anything that I didn't say I did. Like, please show me so that we can ever like show me where I'm going off hinged. Great. Like, let's have a conversation. And if that's not the case, then you're just a just a liar. And then what's interesting is he did start just straight up deleting a ton of texts
he did.
which I didn't know you could even really do. I was
Yep.
like, oh wow, all these things that he was saying all of a sudden are getting deleted. And
Yep.
I did take a screenshot of that, I think.
Yeah.
But I thought that was pretty funny
Yeah.
because it's one of those things of like I'm fine with like go. It's kind of like if you've ever done any kind of martial art or done any like thing like jujitsu or something. Like when you're rolling with someone, you're fighting yourself. You're
Yep.
fighting the version of yourself that you were yesterday. You're like the other person. You're not in a fight against the other person. They're helping you grow as be a better person. You only learn things through adversity. So if I'm wrong, hey man, I'm happy to be wrong. Show me I'm wrong. But if you're just gonna lie and be a sack of shit, like then I feel
Yeah.
bad for you. It's not that like I'm hurt by it. It's more that that's really sad that you have that your ego is so tied to this persona that you're not actually a developer.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a huge problem. You can see I've pulled up his he kept this one. You made fun of me when I asked for a production version, so I stopped caring. When I
No,
tried,
that's a straight up lie.
yeah,
Like that's you just a
yeah.
lying sack of shit
That's
at
why
this
you
point.
did the DMs, yeah. When I tried looking, you had no deployment to, and setting up your dev environment was non-trivial. Grow up. Nobody wants to use your shit framework, even you. This right here, I just want you to understand this right here. Let me make you a little bit smaller for this. I just want to zoom this directly into people's eyeballs. This right
Great.
here is one of the considered one of the most prominent tech influencers in the online tech space right now. This is the kind of thinking that goes on. Delaney goes, "Hey, let's run something," and he goes, it's too difficult.
But I gave him a Docker container and he never responded with like what to
Nothing.
do.
Yeah.
So
Oh, you
yeah,
made fun of me. This is, I feel
I actually did
triggered.
make fun of him after the fact because I'm like, what a child.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's yes.
Yeah,
Like
this is stupid. This is absolutely stupid. And then
yeah.
and on the other side, you have people who won't even engage with you. Period. Not even at all. And then you have some people who don't who like you just don't show up on their radar, and they essentially carry this kind of attitude in different ways, like turning tech into entertainment, creating like stupid advertisements and whatever, and like shilling out to companies and stuff like that. And this is the problem. This is exactly why I appreciate what you do. You and I might disagree on really technical, nitpicky things like we have before, and you've argued back with me. That's great. That's fantastic. But I very much support what you do because you're questioning it from a very technical level, and this is the response you get. It's absolutely asinine to me. So,
Well, this isn't even the worst of it. But what is funny is I got a great go to Datastar's website.
okay. Yeah, that's
Go
right.
to the website.
That's right.
I
Datastar.gov.
actually hold this as a badge of like we're onto something.
That's right.
Uh,
Somewhere in
so
here.
yeah, if we go down,
Right here.
uh,
Right here.
yep,
Yeah.
it's one of
Yeah.
my favorite quotes we have on the site.
Yeah. There you
I
go.
wear this badge of pride.
Well, it's a badge of pride. Turned it into a badge of pride. That's right.
I mean,
Yeah.
the thing is that if you aren't going to engage and you're going to be like a low effort individual,
Yeah.
like cool. But what's really funny is I went and later that day, what's really funny is I said, "Hey, show me the receipts," and then he blocked me, and I'm like, "Huh, okay."
Yeah.
And then I went and actually just deployed a version of it on, I think it was on Fly.
Yeah.
I just did the work for him that
Yeah.
he said he would do,
Yeah.
and guess what? It was the fastest, smallest version of all of them. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
It's still I was still right even like a year later, kind of thing. So
Yeah.
the thing is, I just don't let it go. In that, like he's a sack of shit. He lies about all these things. Like there's something. The reason why it came up again is because he was like saying FFmpeg sucks and it's terrible and all this stuff. He got
Right.
called out for it by them, and then he said, "Oh, I donated for him. It was a misunderstanding." It was like, no, you just are a liar, and
Yes.
you lie, and then when you get caught, like if someone's big enough, you throw them a bone thinking that'll make it better.
Yep.
Like I don't get that attitude. Like
Yep. That's exactly it. Yep, he just threw money to fix the problem. That's how he answers his problems. He even admits
yeah,
as much on a lot of his tweets. He just throws
yeah,
money
no,
at the
he's.
problem. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is that if you were measuring your success in this industry by like how much you make or how many followers you have, then he's doing great.
Yeah.
If you measure it by actual impact and value that you're giving people, he's in the negative.
Yeah.
Like, and that sucks. Like, I don't want to see that for anybody.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's weird that he has followers. That's the part I don't understand.
And tons
That's the
of it.
part I really don't understand.
Yeah, tons of it. Tons of followers. And it's crazy. But it's very much it goes back to what you were saying before. It seems weird to you and to me that this industry is run by vibes. That's the, that it's a vibes based industry, and if you're killing the vibes, man, then all of a sudden you're the enemy, right? If you just dare to ask. So here's an example. It's kind of tangential, where the htmx guy Carson here talks about how, well, if you get a 25 times performance improvement, it doesn't matter if you're bounded by network calls. And Adam, who you've gone toe to toe with before, is like, yeah, that's right. That's why React's shitty render performance doesn't matter 99.99% of the time. I want you to think about what happened in a debate sphere. You get called out immediately for this. How on earth can you make these claims? These are wild assertions. But this is how they think. What do you think about this, Delaney? Do you think
I
it
mean,
doesn't matter?
let's just say it matters to me, and it matters to people that you know live and die by actual technology stuff.
Yeah.
Like if you're on in a Humvee tied to an Iridium satellite and you're trying to get a call in, these bytes matter.
Yeah.
Thinking about this tech matters, and if it's web or not web, maybe it doesn't matter to you, but the small guy that's saying, "Hey, I want to not be tied to have to run Cloudflare to just get my website running and not be like on a I don't own anything ever kind of deal."
Yeah.
It matters. If you want to like have control over your data, it matters.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't matter to them, great. My thing is, I don't think Datastar or anything that I'm doing will ever become really popular simply because it's I'm actively telling you that like, hey, you have to learn HTML and you have to read the specs. You have to do these things.
Right.
Not, hey, I just wrapped it and here's like Vercel is just a wrapper on AWS, right? That's what
Right.
it is. It literally is dumbing things down. That's kind of antithetical to how I feel about what you should know. Like I want to make it easy, but like Ion, the stuff I'm doing is not hiding anything from you. It's just making it easier to use. And a lot of these things are about wrapping and about control in a
Yeah.
way that I'm just very much against. So I want people to learn. In fact, if you go to our Discord channel, most of the time is about people learning about the specs and what's available and what's coming and all that stuff. Very little of it has to do with Datastar or any of the projects we're working on because we're just exposing those in a convenient way. It's mostly about convenience, not about lack of knowledge.
Right.
So I feel like a lot of times these people are pushing something, and as soon as you push back and say your thing's shit and it's bad and you are bad, they're like, yeah, but you're not popular. It's like, okay, ad populum, I guess you
Yeah.
win. Like if you're doing that, then I've already won, I guess, in my opinion. Because you won't engage with me on actual metrics.
Yeah.
So if it's a technical discussion, like cool. If it's a fashion discussion, which most of these things, like Adam, I think he comes most of the time down to fashion for him.
Yep.
He likes this vibe and he likes the ecosystem. Okay, I like Tanner, Tanstack. He's a very smart, great engineer, but I think he's solving the wrong problem. But if you're gonna go that route, Tanner stuff is the best there is out there. It does the best job. And the irony is what he's doing is trying to get most of the stuff on the back end. Like he's trying to solve the problems that they cause themselves.
Right.
So, but the thing is, I will say is I just don't back down when I don't care how big your Twitter thing is. If you're wrong, I will tell you you're wrong, and I'm happy to back it up. And every time I say, "Hey, I'll back it up," or "Hey, let's actually do a benchmark," or "Hey, give me your code, I'll do my code." Hey, even let's donate $10,000 to charity, depending on who works, whose stuff is faster. Every single time they back off. Every single time they like will not engage with actual metrics and actual putting money on the line or anything like that. They just are cowards in that regard. And I mean, if that's your thing, that's fine. Like I see for them, there's not a lot of winning to do because they're gonna look bad either way.
Yeah.
So like there is that part, but like the part that's weird to me is that they have a lot of these false dichotomies in that like here's a thing between the two of us. He's like, well, yeah, CQRS is like nice, but you're saying that you can magically break it up into different databases. And I said, there's no magic. You have to just work it out. Like, show me your tables and let's like we
Right.
can start working it out. And then all of a sudden he wants to flip the screen. Like he's
Yep.
doing bad faith arguments in a way, and I just don't understand that. I
Yep.
just don't get it.
Yeah. Yeah, in a typical in a debate kind of ecosystem, you see this a lot. It happens with people who are similarly captured by a similar mind virus, and the ad populum argument gets brought up a lot, which is well, what makes something good? It's because everybody feels it's good, or it's beneficial to everybody. And then the counter argument is, what if everybody thinks that it's good to hurt themselves?
Yep.
How does that stay logically consistent, right? And this is what's happening in tech. I bring that up exactly because that's what's happening, because the populace has decided that they would like to hurt themselves, and they want to build things in a technical fashion that's only hurting yourself most of the time, right? And you ask them, well, why are you doing this? It's like, well, that's what everyone else is doing. That's not a good argument, right? And so then you call them out and say, well, then what about like X, Y, or Z, like CQRS here? And like, oh, no. Then it comes to argument by incredulity, which is, are you actually telling me that this is what you want to do? This is the incredulous fallacy, right? You say something that sounds so ridiculous that why would you even propose such a solution? Hang on. At the last time I checked, when I have to go and ask a database for a bunch of data, I have to actually create a version of that database that's a subset of the entire database. I'm doing that. I'm just doing it in memory. That's all I'm doing. So why not just take that, and if you know what you need to create every time, create a static version of that that you can reference that's already pre-built, and then you can scale that puppy up because you're going to do that anyways. You're just putting it in code. But that's what you were saying here, and he's like, no, I need you to build a Jira clone. That's what I need you to do. And if you don't know what Jira is, by the way, folks, Jira is this absolutely horrible, horrid. I don't know if I can, if I can pull up a good example, but it's a way to track your work. It's like a board. I'll see if I can pull up the image, but it's like this where you use these like cards to track your work, and then you have to like timelines and all of that kind of stuff, and there's like a million things going on at the same time. This has been one of the massive money wasters in the tech industry. It's provided almost no benefit to anybody except for being able to pat yourself on the back and say you accomplished some arbitrary goal. But that's what he wants you to do. He's like, go build
Well,
this.
so the irony is I say, well, great, show me your code base that's a Jira clone. If you think it's a good idea, he's like, no, that's a bullshit thing. I just want you to do a bullshit thing. Ha ha ha. It's
Right,
like, okay, then you're not really like, show me code that you think that is good code that you stand behind, that is yours, and I will port it and we'll see what the differences are.
right.
And every single time uh, he is playing these games, I just kept going after him,
Yeah,
saying, "No, show me your code, something you're proud of,
yeah.
that you're willing to stand by." And he completely. And how are these people have any following at all? I don't understand.
I don't
Like,
get it.
I will stand by the stuff that I build,
Yeah,
and if it can be better, it can be better. Great, but I will stand by it. And be like, this is the best I know how to do. Let's roll, right? Like, let's see where we stand, and like, let's make each other better. But no, it's a bunch of bullshit. In fact, I even do the bullshito guy
yeah,
underneath, and he thought I was talking about him, or
yeah,
talking about me. It's like, no, you're the one that will not stand up to your own code.
yeah.
So
I think the problem there that you're running into is that they don't actually know what would be good. That's what I think is the problem. So when you ask them like, because essentially what you're describing is, do you have a set of metrics? Do you have something that you're happy with, that you would like for me to try and replicate? Is there some kind of metric that would meet the mark for you, where you would say, you know what, Delaney, you have a point here. This is fast, and I didn't realize how fast it was, and maybe I need to maybe reconsider a few of my thought patterns on this.
huh,
That's what you're asking for, right? But
that's
what
that's literally it.
that's it. Yeah, just point to something that Delaney can go after, and he can at the very least match it in his way, in Delaney's way. How would he build this thing and match it? A bare minimum, right? But the reason why they can't point to such a thing, they cannot point to a set of metrics, they cannot point to a website, they cannot point to a set of code, they can't point to anything and say, this is a measurement by which I'm willing to stand behind, or say, you should probably try and achieve this, is because none exist. Nobody thinks that way.
Well,
Everybody just
here,
vibes it.
so I got into a bit of a thing. I don't talk to Carson much anymore, but
Okay.
I got into a thing where I was like, he was saying that measurements don't matter. Things don't matter. Like, you're making a big deal out of little things.
Yeah.
So I literally made a example website that's statically hosted so that you can be like, okay, put on your network, put on slow 3G or whatever,
Yeah.
and then try these examples and tell me there's no difference between them. Cool. Show me that there's no difference between these different examples. Great. So the thing is, this is just HTMX by itself,
Yeah.
and that's with a fast browser, right?
Okay.
Like a
Yeah.
fast connection, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Great. Now, if you go and actually go to the size of it plus like a whole actual what you would need, so the idiomorph,
Plus Alpine.
Alpine, and all that stuff.
Okay.
Like, look at the size and say, okay, how
Yeah.
big things are. And you're
Yeah.
like, okay, now I'm getting into a single frame. But if you take your network stack and you go down to 3G, for example,
Yeah.
how
Okay.
big is this?
So if
Or how long does it take, for example?
I go network and then throttling down to 3G, and then I'll just refresh the page.
And remember, this is before you even do anything in your page. Like this is before you can even have any business logic, anything.
Yeah. Okay. And so the page just loaded, and then these two you saw kind of came in. Look at that. Yeah.
So 3 seconds, and this is known as a thin client thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now go to the third one, which is saying, okay, and he was saying minify doesn't matter at all. I'm like, half a second matters if you're on 3G. Like they found that what was it, 150 milliseconds is a like the
Yep.
delineation. Well, now you're 4 times that for just your scripting. Like you're just wrong. So if you look at the difference between these approaches,
Look at that. Look at that.
6 times difference before you even do anything on the page. And
Yeah.
we're already faster when we do stuff on the page. So it was more that like, but when you have a conversation, then online on Twitter, they say, well, I don't want to fight about it. It's like, this isn't a fight.
Right. Right.
Just say that like you don't care about it and that's fine, but it's not a fight over the facts. The facts are you're 6 times slower to load
Right.
and you think it's okay. And I don't,
Right.
but don't say that it doesn't matter.
Right.
Like you're wrong.
That's huge. Do you want the link? Sure, I'll drop it in.
Yeah, this is just on GitHub. Like, but the point is, it was more that like I was having a conversation back and forth and back and forth, and I kept having it with this one guy that basically said it makes no difference, it makes no difference.
Yeah.
And then Carson got involved, and it basically was like I made a site, and the time it took to try to explain it to like guys, it does matter.
Yeah.
There is an effect.
Yeah.
You're just wrong. That minify versus unminify doesn't matter in your own framework, let alone your approach versus my approach.
Yeah. So this is at Laughing Panda. You're right. Why does a debate of ideas have to be a fight? But Laughing Panda, it's not even really about ideas.
It's not.
Delaney, let me know if you agree with this concept. So you have, let's take this on screen, actually. We can make it work with this. So you have something here on a 3G network. It's 6 times slower than Datastar. Now,
Sure.
wouldn't it be the case that I, as a programmer, before anything reaches production, pre-production, before any consumer sees anything, that I would also suffer from these lags, whether it's something compiling slowly, running slowly, loading slowly? Wouldn't that also slow me down as a programmer? Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, 100%.
Right. Now, the concept of, hey, you're having a fight with me doesn't make any sense, because what you and I point to in somewhat different directions, but basically is that it's not strictly about what a consumer sees at the end of the day. It's also about what you have to put up with as a programmer. Why wouldn't it be the case that you would want something that is more performant so that you can also work faster as you build these things? Things load faster, you work faster, things are simpler. You have, like, for example, the declarative web components that makes things less cognitive load, for example, and you still get a bunch of benefits. Why on earth wouldn't you want to raise up everyone in the industry by saying, look, here's a different way of doing it. You get a huge number of benefits proven by metrics. It's not just vibes. It's not just, I felt like I got a benefit out of it. I'm actually showing you on screen what the benefits are, right? And then you can work faster and better. Why does that have to be a fight? Why couldn't it be everybody wins, right?
Yeah, I don't get it, because my thing is more like the irony is when you get into these, the interesting part is people think that you haven't tried it their way. So for example, I've kind of got into it back and forth with people about local first and all that. And I'm like, well, I built it, or even the WebSocket syncing layers, things like live view and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
And I said, hey, I have an entire sync engine that I wrote before I did Datastar. So here's my code.
Yeah.
I can tell you all about CRDT. Like, I can get into the weeds. I tried to get it to work for years.
Yeah.
And I had that before. And it's almost like they don't want to engage with you. It's like, look, hey, I did this. I tried to be that part. I even had a talk like last year where I say I was part of the problem. I was not like looking at it from first principles. I was just kind of using what was out there because I didn't really care. And I was part of the problem when it came to web dev, because I was like, web isn't that interesting. But once I got into the weeds, I'm like, there's a lot of optimization we can do here. There's a lot that can be done to make it better and faster.
Yeah.
So just because it's web isn't an excuse to be good. And I don't understand. So there's a thing like in network reliability. Like if you have something that's 99% good, right? But you have like 9%, 99% reliability, but you have like 7 chains of those things, or if it's 10 chains, now all of a sudden you drop to 90% reliability because it's 0.999 times 0.99 times 0.99. And like your whole stack becomes convoluted. And so the problem I see with web dev is that you have a lot of these things are about 80% done all over the place, and you have layers of it on npm and
Yeah.
react and the reduxy like things and all these layers, and they're all about 80% done. Well, if you have 5 layers of 80%, I don't even know what that is. I'll do the
Yeah.
math real
What's
quick.
5 layers of 80%? Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
to the fifth. Yeah, you're at 32% reliability,
yeah.
like doing that. So the problem is that they think that that's okay, and the problem is they're like, well, if I just add one more thing of reliability,
Yeah.
like one more layer, it's going to get better. And the irony is they don't see that oh, even if that new thing is 95%, okay, but you just added another dependency and you literally made it like a deeper problem. Whereas like, yeah, Datastar is a framework, but it's a 10 kilobyte framework. You can look at all the code. Do you know how much 10 kilobytes is? Like the animated logo on our front page, the little tiny pixel thing
Yeah.
is bigger. The little sprite animation is bigger than the entire framework.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
The we went over an article that broke down. It was a really fun article. It was very nerdy, but it broke down the TCP handshake connection between when you go on a website, like what happens with your browser, your connection, and go on a website, and the initial handshake that happens, and essentially it boiled down to you have like a 16 kilobyte window in your initial TCP packet. That's your initial
yep, TCP
handshake.
slow start.
Right.
Yep.
And then there's a portion of that that's reserved for headers and other like meta information. And so what you're left with is 14K and 14 kilobytes. And if you can fit your initial payload into 14 kilobytes, or ideally, just saying your entire website, if you could do that
Yep.
in 14 kilobytes, you now have one TCP packet and it just loads like that because those are the metrics. That's the actual metrics behind what the connection between what you're shipping, right?
Because it does, it's part of this that's tied together. The one person said it seems a little apples and oranges to be comparing minified to not. 100%. That is 100% right. And you know why that's funny? Is because the people in this argument were saying, well, minified and unminified doesn't matter. It
Right.
doesn't matter at all. And I'm like, that's a crock of shit.
Right.
And I showed in their own framework it matters. And then I was showing your way of not mattering, caring, and my way of caring showed it, like the difference between those two things.
Yeah.
So the person's right that it seems a little unfair, but that's because they did this to themselves.
Yeah.
Like I just showed up and went, yeah, that's not true. You're wrong.
Yeah.
And like you're wrong with numbers. You're wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. It's wild. It's absolutely
Yeah.
wild. Yeah. And
So the irony is the person's absolutely right that it seems unfair that I'm like hitting a crippled kid, but they like are the one who got in they got in the octagon. Like I can't be mad. You
yeah.
can't be mad at me because like they signed the waiver and they got in the octagon. Like okay,
Yeah.
like let's do this. Like I don't know why you keep saying that things don't matter when they do.
Yeah.
Like okay,
Yeah.
like it's pretty silly.
Yeah. Are you watching chat right now? I think there's like an
No.
argument about like how big your initial payload, like you've got, if you include Datastar, right? So there's 10 KB. And so now you have approximately a 4 KB window left to pump in the rest of your website. Do you think you could pump in let's say, do you think you could, let's go most charitable, a small website, do you think would fit in 4 KB HTML and all?
Well, yeah. So the irony is when you really do care about slow start stuff, like let's say you're doing an embedded device,
Yeah.
we have a bundler that you can pick and choose. So like Datastar as shipped in the open source thing is 10 kilobytes, but we have a pro thing, which is a nonprofit like thing. It includes a bundler and you can get it down to 4 kilobytes if you're just doing signal stuff. So it's 3 or 4 kilobytes. So you can actually get your initial slow start. You can have a ton of room to actually build that initial page and do hot reloading and all that stuff. So like if you care about that stuff, 100%. In fact, people are using us over things like HTML and Alpine in embedded devices because you can get down to like crazy numbers and it'll actually fit inside of the memory footprint of like small ESM or ESP32s
Right.
stuff like that. So
Right.
again, we have the tools to make it so that you can do this stuff. Yes, 100%.
Right.
We have our own bundler built into our website for the pro version. So,
Yeah.
like, if you care about this stuff, I care about it too. So,
Yeah. That's
does
fantastic.
everyone need to care? No. But the
Yeah.
fact is that we're thinking about it when other people aren't, which is kind of sad to me. It's not that we're doing great work; it's that other people are kind of dropping the ball, in my opinion. Like
That
to me, this is just table stakes. If you're
yes.
gonna build, if you want to have a foundation that people build on top of, you should have answers to these questions.
Yep. That's what I talk about as well, is that there's we don't even have defaults. Like we haven't even entered the realm of making the stuff that comes out of our default in the tech industry well. We constantly only ever work. We constantly look down on the defaults, and I don't mean that as like look negatively on them, but we look down at them as if they're like solved problems and or problems that don't need to be solved. And we only talk about the problems like way up top, like those multiple layers like you're talking about, and
Mm-hmm.
this is why I do the coding stuff that I do. Not because I don't think I it's a different approach to yours. The approach is that you're tackling the battle of, well, what does the data show? Like, what are the numbers here? What are the metrics? And let's assume that somebody goes, okay, fine, Delaney, you've showed me some metrics, and the metrics are look good. But now what you want me to do is you want me to go down to a very nitty gritty level and actually wrangle with this code that, like, who can actually wrangle with this? It takes someone of an autistic level like you, Delaney, to actually wrangle with this code. I have a job and I have things I have to do. I don't have time to deal with this. So when I do the coding stuff that I do, like working with C or like low level WASM stuff or plain bones JS or things like that, I'm tackling the problem of it's not that hard. Do you actually believe that Delaney is some kind of like Einstein level programmer who is able to piece together this framework, or that like I'm picking up C as I go? Like for Pete's sake, I'm a high school dropout. I don't have any education, and I'm picking it up. You guys, this isn't hard. This is table stakes. You should be able to drop down at the level that Delaney and I are talking about, and going, hey, what's in here, and not being very afraid of that code. That should be part of your job. But not only do
Well,
you reject the metrics, but you also go, no, I don't want to touch it. It's too hard.
I mean, I think there's something to be said about, because I actually have a weird background. I was a circus performer and a professional athlete for quite a while, and before that, or before I got in the tech side, I was a 3D artist, and so I'm old enough to have had a few careers at this point, which is nice.
Yeah,
But the thing that's interesting about it is that I always had that imposter syndrome thing of like, not that I feel like I don't belong. It's like I want to be a better version of myself
right,
than I was at last practice or last thing. So I want to dive in and really care about things. And if you do that, you will be the best in the area no matter what it is if you give yourself enough time.
right,
Like if you're willing, it's more about the drive than like the desire to learn than it is about the individual things that you learn. And the thing that's nice is you start to pick up things. Like I will say, being a technical artist in the 3D world, uh, really honed your abilities to solve problems because you don't have all the tools that you would have in a programming language. So you really have to work within the constraints, and that constraint based thinking does make you a better programmer, in my opinion.
I'm
And being able to think about
100%.
like quaternions in a visual sense gives you a better idea of how the Euler math and all that stuff works.
Yeah,
Like those things are, it all blends together in a way that I think is really valuable. But like don't be afraid. I didn't finish college. I went right into
yeah,
working and stuff. And yeah, my background was not being highly technical. And my thing is I feel much more comfortable in like a GLSL shader than I do in web dev. But the problem is the problem, as Mike Acton would say. Like
yeah,
if you're doing web stuff, the problem is how do you make that as efficient as possible?
yeah. I agree.
So just do that work.
Do the
Just
work. Yep.
yeah,
It's
and
not
make
that
the computer
bad.
do less work when possible.
Yeah,
Like that's it.
that's
Care. Like caring is the most interesting part about it because even though it's computers, you have to care.
yeah, yeah, and yeah. Many people don't care. Yeah. Okay, so Delaney, the next question: what on earth did you do in the circus? Everyone wants to know.
Oh, so I had a one man Western show. So I did trick roping, gun spinning, knife throwing, all that kind of stuff, and then um, I won the world championships for trick roping when I was 16, and then gun spinning I held titles throughout the early 90s and stuff like that. And so I did a bunch of cowboy stuff, and then I got into circus stuff and did some like trapeze kind of thing, and just stuff like that. I just so I can juggle some. I can juggle clubs and fire, but I'm not very good at five clubs, that kind of thing. So I just kept picking up skills in that space and work shows here in Vegas for years, and then got into tech from there. So yeah,
Cool. There you go.
yeah,
There you go. Well, if anybody has questions, I know that you don't have a lot of time today, and so we scheduled it earlier because I think you've got something going on in the afternoon. But if you're willing to stick
yeah.
around for a question or
No,
two,
I'm good right now. I'm good
okay,
till 3 my time, so we have plenty of time. If
okay,
there's if anyone has questions about anything,
yeah,
holler.
go ahead and ask questions. We'll do that. Just so you guys know, after this conversation, I'm going to do a little bit of a tutorial on neocities. A very awesome person in chat named Sophie needs help with her neocities account. She would like me to do an online tutorial for everybody to see, and then she'll watch the video after. And she sent me some assets, and so we're going to go to neocities and build a little bit of a website, and I'll show you just how simple HTML is. It's super freaking simple. It's nothing to be afraid of. All of you can pick it up probably over a weekend with very simple terminology. It's not that hard. We're going to build something really simple. You guys are going to see the kind of stuff that Delaney and I are into. It's not rocket science over here. Yeah, I see a few questions. Go ahead, Delaney.
Oh, what were
So
the
there's
questions?
one. What's on the bookshelf?
Let's see. Which things? Like just books or just interesting stuff? I have some woodworking stuff. I used to run like a CNC shop, so I have some cool stuff over there. I have all the Knuth books are out right now. Things on data structures. See, like, what do you want to know? There's a lots of different things. There's
Yeah,
books on trick roping, which
yeah.
are fun. Yeah, there's a lot going on over
We'll
there.
let him. We'll let him say. We'll let him.
I have the original. I have all the D&D stuff, including the
Oh damn.
original edition.
Oh damn.
But I've had to tape it up because it's so old. So
Oh damn. Damn.
I played as a kid. So, but yeah, no, I'm old enough to have had quite a few careers and quite a few different things. Yeah,
There you go.
and there's a lot of board games and stuff like that, and lots of cowboy stuff, ironically. So
Yeah. There you go, Slip. Feel free to ask more questions, Slip, if that wasn't adequate. Laughing Panda asked, was it just gun spinning or did you do trick shooting as well?
yeah, so I did trick shooting, did stuff on horseback, like in arena stuff. A lot of times, trick shooting on stage, especially in Vegas, is a bit of an issue. But what we do a lot of times is use the coarse grain powder, which burns out to about 20 feet. So you'd be able to take out balloons or targets and stuff like that. But no 360, no scope, though. You would do the mirror shots behind you and stuff like that. So yeah,
360 no
the
scope.
irony is that I like that stuff is ingrained in my body mechanics now, but like I would never use one of those things, one of the guns for personal home defense. They have hair triggers and they're very sensitive. I use like really heavily modified Ruger arrows. Um, but those are a lot of fun. But yeah, no, I enjoyed that kind of stuff. But also I had some friends get hurt in the circus thing and things happen. And I was like, man, I don't want to be doing this when I'm 35, 45, 55, like
Yeah.
there's a limit to when you can do that kind of lifestyle. So, spent more time on a computer backstage and then got into doing tech stuff. So yeah.
Nice. Nice. Okay. Does Delaney know about neocities? I don't know. Do you know about neocities?
Yeah, no, I saw you guys working on it. I feel like there's a lot of those sites that would be better with Datastar, but I don't want to just tell you what to do.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
but ironically, they would run faster and better. Some of the things that you guys are trying to do. I think people would have a lot of fun once they realize how easy it is to do some really interactive, fun stuff.
Yeah.
There's something there, and also I think the Ion stuff will make it so that you could drag and drop, like have friendly elements that
Yes.
people could drag and drop and make sites. I think that's the kind of thing where there's probably some collabs there that you guys could really play with and have fun with. Because
Yes.
I dig the ideas of what MyScape could have been, kind of thing, or
Right.
MySpace.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So it's a
we
light
weren't there.
intro, right? It's a light
Yeah,
intro,
exactly.
right? It's a place where you can just get some free storage and you just have an editor and you just pop in some HTML and you just build a dumb website. And the point of it isn't really like it, to talk about frameworks and whatever like that. The point of it is to just show, like I'm going to show in the tutorial after this, how easy it is to build a really simple website and how we lost that You used to be able to go to people's website and you'd get like character, like there's character to the website. They just, whatever they could piece together, there was something there. You learned something about a person from the colors they chose to how good or bad it looked. Sometimes the worse it looked, the better it was in some ways, you know. There was something there. We lost that. So I want people to understand, like as a light introduction, that this stuff isn't unapproachable. It's always been approachable. It hasn't changed. It's still all
If
there.
anything, it's more approachable. I think
Yeah.
it's the issue, like as a parent of near teenagers,
Yeah.
I will say that it's interesting because a lot of parents are like, "Oh, I don't let my kids go on YouTube or anything like that." I'm like, all the MIT lectures are on YouTube.
Right.
Like, there's a ton of information out there. It's about what YouTube you're watching and what you're putting yourself around. Not the platform itself is not the problem. So the irony is that I was there in the night. I was there before CSS
Right.
existed, and I will tell you, I don't want to go back to the one pixel transparent GIF to try to lay things out
Yeah.
with pad left and all. Like,
Yeah.
it's a nightmare. But the irony is that you had to really want to build something. Now with border radius and all the things, it's actually ironically so much easier and so much more enjoyable. But there is a weird loss of the desire. Like there's almost a gatekeeping in the way of like you were forced if you were gonna get into it, you had to really get into it to
Yeah.
get anything on screen. And now it's easy enough that the gatekeeping's not there, and it almost makes it so that you just are like, oh well, anybody can do it, so I'm not going to do it. It's a weird. It's like the
Right.
dichotomy of choice or something like that, or the paradox of choice,
Yeah.
in that you make no choices because of it. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's people like the tech influencers and streamers who've made it so that the de facto standard of getting a website out these days is required that you npm install the kitchen sink. And then it gives the impression to people like, oh, well, now it's not my game anymore. I can't just jump in here and build a stupid dinky website because it's not what anybody does anymore. It's like, no, you've been lied to. That's not what's going on. It's always been there. It's like you said, it's gate kept.
Someone said, "Do you think Theo might have just been aggressive with the BS block filter?" I don't know because because he said I was saying things that weren't true, and I said, "Here's the DMs of our entire interaction. Show me where I said these things." And then when I asked that, he blocked me. So
Yeah.
take that for what you will. And then he started deleting posts right afterwards of
Yep.
all the things that he was saying. He literally just started deleting everything. So the guy's a big fucking liar and a coward.
Yeah.
And like I can't wait to meet him in person.
Yep.
That'd be great at some other thing because I feel like the weird thing is more that he's just seen it. He's done this many times. Like I remember, I was one of the day that Watham came out with Tailwind. I was like, for the time and what it was doing, how utility was versus the CSS at the time. Because again, CSS has come a long way in the last
Sure.
5-6 years.
Yeah.
It's now usable, but at the time, utility classes was the best approach. And so I was using Tailwind for a lot because I'm like, until the CSS gets better, this is the best option.
Right.
And ironically, I remember because I don't watch a lot of the stuff, but he would show up on my feed, and I would say he was like completely wrong about Tailwind when it came out, and then he scrubs everything and says, "Oh, I've always been a Tailwind fan," and blah blah
Yeah.
blah. Like he just like when you have no integrity, I just don't understand how those people have followers. Now, I personally don't want followers. I think I have a few people on Twitter that follow me, but I don't want to be a personality. I don't want to be
Yeah.
doing this kind of social thing. It's just more that I'm willing to like you can't hurt me. Like I'm doing okay. I have a normal job. Like I'm not trying to be an influencer. I'm not trying to gain or lose followers. Like
Yeah.
I just want to say like if you're full of bullshit and you come at me, I'm gonna tell you you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't know. The thing is, it's not like it's not gonna make me friends in that world, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Like the thing that's interesting though is that I've been denied from some talks lately, which has been interesting.
Yeah.
And it's not based off of merit, I don't think. But I will say that Datastar is becoming big enough that other people are getting talks
Yeah.
about it. So that's all I care about. Like I
Yeah.
can't wait till I can just go back to my regular job and no one knows who I am anymore.
Yeah.
That'd be wonderful. So,
Yeah.
the
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. No.
no, go ahead.
There's definitely there's a I guess you could say a psychological behavior, and people know that I've made some assertions slash predictions about how things would go in terms of social behavior with some of these people, and to you as well. I've said this to you as well, and it tends to come true a lot of the time, way more than it doesn't, because I know how these people operate and how they think, and it is a clique, right? That like that term, the CLIQUE, and
Yep.
essentially, unless you're patting them on the back and saying good job," you don't get patted on the back either, right? Like you have to just agree with them, and then you just say nice things, and everything is nice and comfy and cozy, and at the second you say something uncomfortable, then it becomes a problem, right? That's yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
Well, and the thing is, that's fine. Like, it's not like I get my livelihood from any of this stuff. I like don't get anything from it other than I try to make the world better than I left it, kind of
yeah,
thing. Um, so I guess the thing is that I don't care other than like the only thing I care about is I don't care if people use Datastar or the other projects that I'm working on, but I do care that they know that it's an option,
right,
right? Like saying I actively like the Adam Rackus kind of people who say I actively don't want to use it, but I know it exists.
yeah,
Okay, fine, like cool, like you do you, but just like the problem with the kind of tech that I'm working on is that if I make it great and make it the fastest thing, but no one knows about it, that's almost a disservice to everyone out there that's like, oh, I didn't even know this was a thing. Like that's cool. Because the problem is like it spun off from work done on HTMX, and that's a kind of a subset of what React like that's a tiny percentage of that, and then we're a tiny percentage of the other. Like that's my only problem is that I like we should be more popular than we are, but I don't care if we're like the way people build things. Because I for me it's almost like the people that actually care, it'll be a superpower for them, if that makes sense.
yeah, yeah.
So yeah,
Um,
I just hate people lying about shit online. Like
yeah,
I don't know, that rubs me the wrong way.
yeah, me too. And in a way, there are lies being sold from people who are ignorant because they ignorantly lie, and I hate that
Yeah.
too. And that's what I also try to attack as well. But that yeah, no, I agree. Laughing Panda asks, for those looking to career shift, how long did it take to go from circus to programming?
The thing is, basically backstage, once you have your act down and stuff, you're tending to spend a lot of time just sitting there waiting. Like you're like especially phones are not as popular back then. Like you had like the snake game on your phone, like in your Nokia. To date myself,
Yeah.
but the thing is that there's I would take books from the library on C and C++. Guys thought it was interesting of like what could you do with computers. I did a little bit of like VB Basic and stuff, but not that much. And I was like, man, I really want to know how to do this stuff. So um, I got into like OpenGL right when it was coming out, like OpenGL 1.0 kind of thing, and I was getting into TrueScape or TrueSpace, sorry,
Hmm.
back in the day, and hash animation things. And then I ended up uh, becoming friends with the people who made Animation Master back in the day. If people actually know about that, and yeah, you just pick up. I kind of went about it in a weird way, so I would say it takes a few years, but like if you care about it, I was starting to get work right away. Like so, it's one of those things of like find places where you're good at and like push yourself. Like don't I never lied or anything like that. I said this is what I'm willing to do. Here's what like let me get in there and I'm gonna do my absolute. You're gonna get me for pennies on the dollar because I'm gonna spend every moment working on this.
Yeah.
Um, and if you have that attitude, you can get a lot done. But that's probably not the best way to make money doing it. But I got to be really good at things.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I would just always be constantly doing stuff and taking on contracts and like pushing myself to be the best version of myself I could be.
Yeah.
So,
That's good.
so I
That's
don't know if there's a number. It's not about, to some degree, it is about how many hours you put in. Not, but that's not like how many years. It's how many hours in the day that you're thinking about that problem. No matter what you're doing, whether it's performing or creating software or like doing laundry. If you can be efficient in how you fold, like if you put effort into how you do your laundry, you can have more time to do other things.
no,
I just feel like you do that with your life and you can have you there's a lot more time in the day than you realize. So
yeah. Yeah, it's a good principle. I like that. Any more questions? This will be the last call. If you want for questions, we'll give it a minute, and then we'll let after that we'll let Delaney go. We'll let him shill himself. While we wait, while we give a few more minutes for questions to come in, I do have something I want to use Datastar on directly. It's on a website. I'll reach out to you over DMs
okay,
because I think
great.
I'm finally ready. There's some stuff I want to build that kind of I'm like, I could figure this out myself, and I could probably make it like nice and fast. But Delaney has Datastar, and I should probably just start there and see what happens there. So I'll reach out to you, and I know you're always willing to help out. So
Yeah, and I just feel like it really leaves you in the pit of success. And what I
yeah,
mean by that is that there's nothing about Datastar that's trying to hide what's going on. It just makes it so that you're writing less boilerplate.
yeah,
That's all it's doing. Like at the end of the day, it's not trying to hide things or make things special or try to wrap things or like recreate the DOM. Like it's all the things that you just shouldn't do.
yeah,
It doesn't do those things.
yeah.
Like that's it. So if anything, start using it and you're like, why is this so easy? And then you just go read the source and you go, oh, okay, that's the code I would have to write by hand.
Right,
Okay, cool. I don't have to write that by hand now. Great.
right.
And then you go about your day. So I do think that there's a kind of a magical thing, and this has been kind of lost for a lot of people that the like when you first learned like when I learned QBasic, by not having to worry about memory, by having a garbage collector and all that for your first introduction, it allowed you to think about the concepts at, like learn about the concepts first. And I will say that there's something about declarative web stuff that makes it so much better.
Yeah.
So if you can build your entire website declaratively, um, you can get a lot more done, in my opinion.
Yes. And part of, I mean, look, if you think about what HTML is, HTML is declarative text that dictates, like, you're stating what goes into the website. Like it's super declarative. That's the nature of it. HTML tag, what is that? It holds my HTML. I'm declaring what the hell it is, right?
Yep.
What's a I don't know, what's a text area? It's a text area. Like, you just read it and you can tell, right? That's it. That's what it's for. So lean into that. It's already built in. You already get it. So
And someone brought up the slip second said like, well, AI writes all the boilerplate nowadays. What's been really interesting is that I have a few friends in the AI space that are actually using Datastar as a test suite, and because all the documentation's there, you can go to slash doc, like you can go to Datastar/docs and get a single page that is literally all the documentation on a single page, and it's actually really good at figuring out what the context, like how good machine learning is at understanding actual context as opposed to uh, doing local minimas on the like React code that it learned and all that stuff, right? So like it's very easy to find local minimas for things, and so Datastar, because it hasn't been trained on it and because it doesn't know what it's about, but we have all the context for it, it's actually really good at seeing how good these individual AI things are at understanding code. So
that's interesting. Yeah.
but yeah, it's pretty fun. But like that, the thing you're playing with right now is a web component, and it's like 1K.
Eh. I just wanted to
Like,
show that because I just realized that was there. You can
yeah,
turn it down and then you can crank it up. And so based on what you've explained, let's see if I got this right. This is a web
mhm,
component. It has some declarative data attributes perhaps, and
yep,
the stars come in. They're probably passed in as some kind of data. Maybe it's JSON, maybe it's binary, don't know, but it's some kind of data that comes in from the server. And it says, here's the next set of stars that you need to render at X positions relative to the mouse position. And then the web component essentially does the calculations and renders everything appropriately. Am I somewhat on the mark?
no, and that's the great part. You're not.
Damn. All right.
Yeah.
It's
So if you open up DevTools, here's a perfect example. Like, yeah,
okay.
it's great to go. So if you open up DevTools and you click on that uh,
Here.
component, you'll have to scroll up a little bit because it's actually because of all the absolute positioning,
Okay, yeah.
shenanigans you do with
There we go.
CSS. But if you scroll up, you see DS Starfield.
Yeah.
Now move your mouse around. See how is it the dollar X?
Yeah.
So when you move your mouse, no, move your mouse around inside of the browser area, like in the
Oh
no,
yeah, look at
like
that.
not in DevTools. Yeah, in there. You'll see that we're automatically updating those X and Y's, right?
Yeah.
So if you go open up your network tab and we
Network.
go look at the actual
Okay, let me
uh
reload the page here.
yeah, go to JS, click on the J or like in the JS filter. Yeah.
Okay. And
And you
then
should see Starfield there.
Starfield.
DS Starfield
DS
is the top
right
one.
there. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, no, click on the actual no, yeah, it's right there.
Yeah.
Click on it and you can just look at the response and you can just read. It's just doing
Yeah.
like some logic on doing the animation stuff here. But the thing is, you opened up the props. This is pre Ion. The Ion one's actually a lot shorter.
Right.
Um, But the point is, you're setting up all these hooks, and you're basically just it's being driven by Datastar, but it's not even talking to the browser or to the server because it doesn't need to. Does the server need to know? Like, could you do it? Yes, 100%. But is this purely done in the front end? Yes, because it's just a visual thing. It does not matter to us what it's doing.
Right.
But if you scroll down at some of the examples,
Okay.
like if you
So let me do this, and then I'll go down here. I'll go down. Here's hello world.
yeah, so if you click on this does go to the server, and we actually reproduce. Go up. Go no, yeah, and click on the actual start button. So those are the actual events that are happening on the back end, right? So if you open up your network tab, you would see those exact same things happening.
So this will be in
Um,
here, and we'll go to the event stream, and here we go. Yeah,
yeah. So
that's
and
it.
then if you set the interval to 0, you'll see in this case instead of sending down SSE, we just send down the HTML directly. So you can do. So
Okay.
if you change that to
Start.
0, we literally in this case we're sending down in this case
There it
just
is.
HTML.
That's it. That's all it sent. So you didn't even need, yeah, the payload is the response of that would just be the, yeah. And then if I put this up to say like even 100 and I start a new one,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, there's your event stream. Yeah. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. It's so easy. Yeah.
So easy.
It's
So the
so
thing is,
easy.
it's not about people. People will say, "Oh, it has to be MPA or it has to be SPA." No, you have to put state in the right place. Does the star field need to be on the back end? No. But if you had it where you had a collaborative thing, or if you're like, I need to track where people's mouse moves are,
Yeah.
then it does go to the back end. So it depends on your needs. But most of your times on most sites, most of the information should be coming from the back end.
Right. Yeah.
So we focus on that the most because that's where you spend most of your time.
Yeah.
But we don't we still have full support for doing everything in the front end that you need to do.
Yeah.
So you can have both and still be 10 kilobytes.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. I don't think I see any more questions.
Okay.
I do want to have you back because the next thing I wanted to talk about, this is something that you talked about with Adam, is CQRS.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's an interesting concept that I don't think gets talked about enough because people look at that and go, why would you split up your database in X number of ways? And I saw the conversation and I'm like, well, how does this not make sense? You can scale like what would you say horizontally, I suppose is what you would say.
Yeah,
Uh,
vertically and horizontally, which
right.
is great.
Yeah. Because you can build out the different views that you need for each database, and then you can scale those out horizontally as per like however many views you need, et cetera, et cetera. And then the question of synchronization comes into play, yada, yada, yada. All of that stuff comes into play. That's a topic that I would like to save for the next time we have you on because I want to
Yeah,
talk more
absolutely.
about that. I think that's a very untouched, unknown topic. I learned about that when I started out too, and then everybody kind of went into this like centralized database thing, and got a little weird in some ways. So
Yeah.
that's what I want to talk about next time, and
Sure.
hopefully,
Yeah. No, I'm happy to talk about that stuff because it's one of those things. It seems like it's a hammer. Like once you have that hammer, you want everything to be a nail. But there's most of the time with real world applications, like CQRS is really the right answer for almost everything everyone does
yeah,
all the time. Like, and if you can show me an example where it doesn't work, I'd love to have that chat because it should be the default. And then the anomalies are the things that don't fall into that category.
yeah,
Especially if you look at anything that's been around any industry that's outside of tech, like medical, lawyers, like engineering, all of them are built off of event sourcing and CQRS styles of building things out. So
yeah.
I'm happy to have that talk anytime. I
Okay,
can
that's great.
opine for hours. So
Yeah. Yeah, without CQRS, you couldn't do optimistic React updates. you're asking for a ban, sir. He's trolling. I know he's good. Slip did ask a question last second here. Could you explain
sure.
your thoughts on the closed pro version?
So yeah, so one of the things that we're trying a different experiment. So the problem that I see is open source is draining. Open source is really tiring. Like I have done a lot to say, hey, I want to make this place better. And the good news is that I got a couple of developers that are actively helping with things, but there's like 2 or 3 people out of 1,500 people in our discords or whatever. So the thing is that there comes a point where you say, okay, I'm done. I don't see a way to spend any more time on this. I have kids, I have a family, I have job and all that stuff. So most people do things like Tailwind, which is basically they give away the thing for free and then they try to build component library or something on top of that. Luckily, we've been able to see that that style is not working out so well. Um, the interesting thing is Tailwind is literally fighting its own environment. So as they get more successful, their support burden goes up, but also their profits go down because now there's 10,000 different UI libraries that are building things that are fighting with Tailwind Pro, right? Like it just is a broken system.
Right.
So what we did is say, okay, we're gonna switch things around. What we did is we actually took the beta version of Datastar and we completely rewrote it. And it wasn't just like rewrite it for our health. It was a nightmare to do, but we completely rewrote it. Basically, forked our own code base and said, okay, we're gonna rethink how we do every single plugin, how we do all the internals completely differently. So we forked that, and then we put the stuff that we don't think you should be using inside a Pro, and we rewrote them to be a different version that is more efficient, but it's still like more of a support burden. So we took those things out of the main core thing that we think people should be using, and then we put certain new plugins like Data Animate and stuff under the Pro banner. Things like Ion and all the Stellar stuff, all that's going to be inside Pro. And the thing that's different about that is that it's actually backed by a nonprofit. So it's actually a 501c3 that's gone through that whole process. So part of the charter of that is that it can't be rug pulled from you. It's a lifetime license, one time, and it helps keep the servers up and keeps people able to work on the project. And yeah, that new stuff lives in Pro. That does mean that the old stuff, the old way of doing things, is still in the beta thing. You could go and fork that and do the exact same things that we did. Like there's nothing stopping you, anyone from doing that. We just basically said, hey, we're going to put the effort in. We're going to go and try to go a different route. That means that we're able to focus on the things that we want to focus on. Now, anyone could take the old plugins and the old way and say, hey, how do I make this work? And then swap it over, but we don't think you should be using those plugins anyway. So, the irony is that it's gatekeeping of the plugins that we don't think you should be using in the first place. But you could fork the other ones and do your own thing. That's totally fine. But the new stuff around Stellar and Ion, all that is doing the Pro. And the way I look at it is, it actually is a better system that we've already had for years in other industries. In that, when you want to play mods, like you want to mod Skyrim, or you want to mod Minecraft, or you want to mod Doom, you buy the game, and then you have a million mods that everyone collabs on and everyone does for free. So instead of trying to gatekeep the individual like select box or combo box, you do a lifetime license for everything that we're doing, and then you can open source any of the stuff you want. And it basically you need to run Ion to run this code, if that makes sense. That's it. So it's like you basically end up buying the game, and then you can have a million mods and everyone can collaborate on mods and go to town and have fun there, which I think is the more interesting thing. And again, it's a lifetime thing. It actually helps a nonprofit. There's no shareholders. There's nothing that you can get rug pulled on. And yeah, you are helping out a dev team actually make open source viable in the world where it just isn't nowadays. So no, someone said, is Pro beta with support? No, Pro is so the thing that is now V1 is a completely different underlying code base. Like if you use the beta, your outside experience would be roughly the same, but Pro was a nightmare to do, but it's about 4 or 5 times faster than the beta version was. But it was a complete rewrite of everything. So Pro is not legacy. It's basically a complete rewrite. We forked our own code base and said, okay, we're going to go a completely different route, and we're going to like sink in and put hundreds of hours into a complete rewrite of this with multiple people to make it happen. So the thing is that anyone, like we were like, oh, we took things away. No, we just forked the code and we did our own thing as well. Someone said, it's Stellar part of Pro. Yeah, so the editor itself is going to be part of Pro. But the results like are just CSS variables, so those aren't. So you can share those to your heart's content. But if you want to sit there and edit and make your own themes and all that stuff, that's just part of the Pro setup. But yeah, the results obviously are just CSS variables. So share those to your heart's content. The free version still has the rewrite. Yes, it still has the rewrite of all the core logic. So we did all that work and we gave that all away for free. It's just that we took some plugins, and again, it wasn't like we were trying to hide like It wasn't like we were taking anything away from you. We were just saying we don't think people should be using these plugins, and if they do, they're an enterprise. And if they are an enterprise, they should be paying because it's a support burden. Every time someone uses one of these plugins, they're foot gunning themselves, and it's because they're basically trying to recreate a spa almost every single time. Like, so if you're gonna recreate a spa, you're gonna pay a one-time lifetime license to help a nonprofit. Like, and I'm not gonna apologize about that.
Nicholas asks, it's like modules, no? Some are part of Pro.
Yeah, so there's one that I'm working on that, so like the Stellar stuff, like the editor is part of the thing, all the Ion's core engine stuff is part of it, but you can open source your template, like the QR code thing that I wrote, the eChart things I wrote, all those are going to be open source, but the thing is you'd have to have Ion to run them, right? So, and could you write your own runtime to do that? Sure, go for it. Good luck. Like, support it and have people, like, if enough people follow you, great. Then I'll send you hundreds of support tickets. Like, great. Like, it's no, like, I'm not in this for my own benefit. It's more to like make things better for other people. So, it's someone said it's a really hard concept to explain. It's just like when you buy a game and then you have all the mods in the world after that. Like that's more of what it's like than anything else. Is that the norm? Like, are people used to paying for software as a base? No, but I don't care. Like, if you don't want to buy it, use the open source one and write your own plugins and do your own thing. And then people are like, well, you're not, you don't have the bundler built in. Like, no, right? That's just a layer on top of ES Build. Go write ES, like, go do it. Like, if you're an open source, it means you're doing it for the love of the game, right? And that's totally cool. Great. Then do that and like be part of the solution, not part of the people that just say want to use it for free. There's a difference between open source and being collaborative and just saying I want to use this at work for free. And like, right. I don't want your developer money. I want companies to pay their fair share to people that are actually doing the work.
Yep. Okay. Any more questions, you guys? You guys keep extending this, but you're asking questions, so I'm happy to extend it if you have more questions.
No, I'm happy to go till whenever. Yeah, if anyone has questions on this stuff, my thing is that it's so easy to burn out, and having something that can't be taken away, like for example, what is it? Remix just went to Vercel too. Yeah, it is literally impossible from a legal standpoint for us to sell out to Vercel. Like, we have a charter. There's no stocks. There's no ownership. It's literally we are stewards of the project with a mandate saying that we're trying to make the web a better place for developers. Like, it is not possible for us to sell out or to like for you to get rug pulled on the stuff that is part of the pro license stuff.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
And I think that's a better approach. And if people want to fight me on it, like, I'm happy to have a conversation about it, but like, come at me with your solutions. Not just, I don't like this. I don't like this style of things, or people say it costs too much. If you find more than a few hours worth of benefit in what the stuff like Inspector is a thing where we basically have a built-in editor that you can edit signals and watch all of the events live on a page. All that stuff's built into Pro. And if you don't find value in that after a few hours, then you aren't doing interesting development, in my opinion. And you don't need it. But if you do need it, it's a few hours, and you've now got to have a lifetime to license to something to people that are actively trying to make the web a better place. And if you can't support that, great, then don't.
Vicente, can we build data things composing your data things?
Probably. You have to be a little more specific, but the point is that, like with the Ion stuff, you can open source your web components that you built with that are Ion components 100%. Like, go to town, but you would still have to run them. Just like if you're like making a Skyrim mod and you're like, hey, I made the Skyrim mod for free. Oh, you have to have Skyrim to run it. Like, that's not a hard concept, I don't think, to fathom.
Yeah. Yeah.
But again, you can use the completely open source one and do all the work yourself and go for it. Like, I'm not stopping you. I won't be mad. If you're like, I want the data persist plugin and I want to do it for free. Great. Take the beta, do the work, run the support, and make it work for you. Like, people ask me to do HX Boost, basically equivalent in Datastar, and I'm vehemently against it. But guess what? You want to write your own? Go for it. Like, I'm not going to stop you.
Yeah.
Like, am I going to help you make it do that? No. Like, no. I think you're actively making the web a worse place. But can you do it? Yeah, it's open source. Of course you can. Go for it. No one's going to stop you. Like, you want better tools, you want someone who's actively trying to push it forward, then help support a nonprofit. If you don't want to do that, or if you're just like, I want to do stuff for free, then like go use React and like be like
Part of the
help
problem.
out
Go
the
be
big
part of the
corporations.
problem.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's not me making a value judgment. It's just like if that's what you want, nothing I say is going to make you not want that.
Yeah.
Nothing sustainable, at least.
Yeah.
So be part of the solution or like stop bitching. Like either one of those is fine.
Okay, folks. Last chance for questions. Again, last chance. I think this is the third time. I'll give everybody a few seconds here, but I'll show your work. Data-star.dev. They have a Discord link on the top right over here. Go click that Discord link. You'll hop on their Discord and you'll be able to ask questions and get help on anything you need. I will say this much. I've been on the Discord for quite a while. I'm not very active in it because I just because I have my own stuff I got to do, but I watch. And I watch the kind of questions that get asked. And a overwhelming majority of the time when somebody asks for help, there is somebody who's almost instantly on it. Like, yeah, we'll help you out. What do you need? Right? Tons of people are willing to help out. So if you have more questions or you just want to go on and I don't know, ask. You're dubious. The claims seem dubious, and you'd like to ask about their claims or whatever. Just whatever it is, go and ask on their Discord. And like Delaney said, they're perfectly happy to accept feedback. If you think that they did something wrong, just go tell them. They're happy to work that out with you. But I will warn you. I do give you a warning. Having had Delaney on and having had conversations with him, I've had the privilege of talking to him online and offline. He is exactly who offline as he is right now. He will not hold back punches. He does not care who you are. And if he thinks that you're saying something stupid, even if you're right, but he still thinks you're stupid, you have to prove him right. That's the thing. You better walk in being prepared to accept the fact that Delaney will not just cave over. And a lot of people on his Discord are like this. They don't just cave over because you said a thing. You better be prepared to receive some questions back, and they're not going to hold back, and be prepared to prove yourself. But if you can prove something, if you have something to say and you think it's dumb or like you have a better idea and you can actually prove it, you are among friends for sure. You will make friends.
Well, you
Go
do
ahead.
want to make the place better, and the only way you get better is by actually pushing yourself
Yeah.
and like show me I'm wrong. Like
Yeah.
show any of us we're wrong, and we're happy to help.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, yeah. If you want to go on there and you're like, well, look, this is what I'm going to be doing. I have a website that now that I'm jobless and hopefully not homeless next month, I'm going to have a site that I need to pull together to try and just create stuff in order to get attention or put it on the resume or whatever. I want to use Datastar for one of them because I think it's a perfect fit. I'm going to be reaching out and I know that they're going to be able to help me. Like, it's just going to be, yeah, what do you need? And I'll just explain my website and explain a few of the concepts that I want to do, and I'll get the help that I need. So if you guys want to bring Datastar on at work, wherever you work, or you want to tackle it for a side project or whatever, and you're not sure how, you don't even know how, hop on the Discord, go on the website. It's all there. And they will absolutely help you out. I can vouch for Delaney and his team 100%. They're there to help if that's what you want. Okay.
Yeah, we're happy to help, guys.
Thanks, Delaney. I
Yeah,
appreciate
thank
it.
you.
This
Yeah.
this was a long time coming, and once more, I apologize for just my life being in a weird position, and it makes it hard for me to nail stuff down on a daily basis. Honestly, I'm trying my best to land on my feet here before time runs out too much. So I appreciate you being flexible and coming on, but I'm glad we did it because
Yeah.
this was important. Yeah.
Well, and it's funny that we don't really talk too much about drama because the only thing is like just don't let bullshit people stop you from actually trying to make good stuff.
Yeah.
Don't there's a my the CEO at where I'm at has a great saying, which is don't take criticism from people that you wouldn't ask advice from. So
Yeah.
I think that's a really valuable thing, and just try to like be stoic in your ideals and like fuel for the fire kind of thing. So yeah, happy to help. And yeah, let's talk about CQRS because I actually think your audience would be very interested in like it's such a simple concept and yet it's so powerful that you
Yeah.
can do crazy things that are people think are crazy are just not. So yeah, happy to talk about that stuff.
Yeah, I think there a huge portion of my more nerdier audience would love to hear about like the technical aspects of CQRS and you know
Mhm.
what it does. So we're gonna do that next.
Okay, sounds good, man. Just
Okay,
set a time. All right.
awesome. Thank you, Delaney. I'll talk to you offline. I appreciate it. I'm gonna let you
All
go.
right,
I'm
see
gonna
ya.
hang up the call. Bye, Delaney.
All right.
W's in chat for Delaney. I'll disconnect
All right, see
here.
you guys.
All right, so that call is done. So there you are, chat. That was W. Yeah, W's in chat, man. W's in chat. One more time, thanks to Rob for the huge raid. That was a big raid. I did. Most people did leave, unfortunately. I'm pretty. It's a pretty boring thing for most of Rob's audiences. I wasn't doing my normal coverage and whatnot, so I missed out on a lot of that audience. But thanks to Rob for the raid and for the viewers on that side. I appreciate it. So as you can see here, someone is typing in. It's probably Delaney right now. He's typing in Spiro sucks. Probably Delaney. It's probably Delaney right now typing in Spiro sucks on this. I'm gonna make some fresh coffee. I'm gonna do that. If you guys want to hop on cells.andersmurphy.com and keep dropping W's in chat for Delaney, that was awesome. You can see my XY coordinate. You can literally go to this coordinate, and as someone's typing in here, this will show up on stream. There you go. You see that? We now have male genitalia on screen. All right. Whoever's doing this is, it's gonna. Please don't TOS my stream. Please, I beg of you, don't DOS it. Oh, is it Gare? It's Gare. Damn it, Gare. All right. So hop on cells.andersmurphy.com. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to make some fresh coffee. I'm going to show you guys how to do a simple neocities website. You're going to see how simple HTML is. We're going to do it on behalf of Sophie. She kindly asked offline for me to do that for her. And I did agree to do it because she was very kind about it. And yeah, it was very good. And so I think it'll be great. We're going to do a simple website for her. We're going to make something up for her, and then she'll be able to see it, to see how the website works and how HTML works and all that stuff on neocities. So that's what we'll be doing when I come back. And then after that, if you guys are generous enough and kind enough, maybe I'll work on the mud game a bit. We'll see what my time is like and what's going on. But there's a lot of you here right now, so I want to keep going for a while. So I'm going to mute myself for a minute. You guys keep going. Go on cells.andersmurphy.com and you can go directly to these coordinates and play around with it on stream while I get my coffee. All right, I'll be back in a sec. What the hell are you guys doing here? Why male what? What? Enos? Big stream? Monster? You guys are disgusting sickos. All of you. Every single one of you. You guys are sick, sick, sick people, all right? You all need help. Every single one of you needs help. All of you need help. Like what the hell? Well, it's insane. Absolutely insane. Jeez. Scroll down, there's more? No, I'm afraid to. No, I don't want to. Thanks, yeah. No, I don't want to scroll down. I don't want to do it. No, don't make no, I don't want to. What's up, Abe on YouTube? No, I don't want to. No, no, you can't make me do it, all right? I make my own decisions. I make my own decisions. That was all Theo. No, I don't want to. Do you want do you Oh gee. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Theo's the adult as always. A Venus monster, yeah. Fake Greek, no olives. You know what? Just because of that, just because of that, you really think, do you honestly believe that I'm a fake? I'm going to prove you all wrong right now. I hope somebody's ready to clip this. Get ready to clip this. Watch this. Oh, what's this? What perchance, what perchance do I have here? Hmm, you asked and I delivered. What is this? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, I am Greek. Ah, you all suck. All of you suck. More models, bro. Trying to compensate. Shut up, Vicente. Okay. Yeah, pure Kalamata. That's right. The real stuff. It's the real stuff. All right. True Greek over here. Narrow a word. Turkey number one in Clown College. What are you guys doing over here? One more model, bro. Please. Just one more. See, this is the kind of stuff that's fun to do on stream because you guys can, you can play around with this kind of stuff and yeah, it's fun stuff, right? That's why I want to finish the mud game, which I'm this close. Hang on, what's this? Theo did nothing wrong. Oh, what the heck? Garlic stuffed queen olives are my go-to. Nice, oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are insane. You guys are crazy. Here, hang on. Let me do here. All right, because I can put that up on screen. There you go. Yeah, is it clipped? Awesome. Good. We got it clipped. I'm not going to look at it because I'm sure you didn't clip it properly on purpose to make me look bad. But yeah. Yeah, it's good. I'm glad we got it clipped because that's important. Okay. Let me do this. I think I'm ready. What's the oh, you missed it, Mackle. You missed the drama. You missed it all. Um, the drama, you'll have to go back. So if you want to, you can go on my YouTube. It's my YouTube channel, which is, I think I have a, do I have a command for YouTube? There you go. You can go on my YouTube channel and you can do the live replay and just scroll all the way back, just scrub all the way back to the beginning. I pretty much have Delaney on probably within 5 minutes of the stream. we start talking about it, and you can catch it all. This will be up. This will stay up after I do all this stuff for free. So you're free to catch it after. Sorry you missed it live. You can also go onto his Discord too on Datastar's Discord, data-star.dev, and you can catch it there. Molly Code, thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate it. Yeah. But yeah, sorry, Mackle, you just missed it. Gmail models? What is going on? You guys have lost it. You guys have lost it. This is my stream. This is what my stream has become. This. All this. Booga booga. Spiro has no euros. It's true. I don't. And I wish I did. Theo sucks. Okay. Okay. All right. So listen, folks. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to tackle the we're gonna do this. I'm gonna update the title of the stream. Okay. So the title, I hope got updated. Let me just do a quick check. On some it did, not all of them. On some it got updated, but it didn't get updated on all of them. Anyways, so we're going to go over neocities, and we're going to build a basic website for Sophie in chat. And for anybody who doesn't know anything about programming or how a website is built or anything like that, it'll just be a light introductory tutorial on it. We shouldn't take very long. We could spend maybe an hour or two overall just covering the topics and whatnot. Thank you for the sub. Who was that? Martin? Probably on somewhere. I'm not sure. Maybe it was YouTube or something. I appreciate it. Thank you for that. We're gonna tackle that. Let me update the. Okay. I'll update the title over here, and so the title got updated, and I'll make sure that the title is updated there. Good. Okay. So we're going to do that. Next, I'm going to leave this up. Chat Gupta. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I'll leave this up. What I'll do is, since you guys seem quite intent on that, maybe I'll do this. Let's go like this. We'll do that, and then we'll do that. Okay? There we go. We'll go like that. And I'll zoom it out. And there. I'll leave it up on the side here, and you guys can keep going with it, because this shouldn't require, a whole bunch of attention and whatever. Now, here's what Sophie wants to do. She wants to have her website. Now, if I click on this is her website on neocities. She's given me access to her account. So I'm logged in, and this is kind of what you see on the dashboard. There's a bunch of stuff. And when you're creating a website, you start with a template. It looks like this. Welcome to my website, right? Just like that. And what she'd like to do is something along the lines of, let me pull up the pictures here. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. And then where's the picture? She'd like to have a website that's kind of like, am I going to have to go back to the, yeah, let me go back here. Go all the way back and open the link. Something like this, okay? So a similar website to this, along this line. Doesn't have to be exactly like that, but just some basic things. We could start with a title bar up at the top, and then a background picture for the entirety of the site, and then we'll go to we'll create like a few links on the site, and the links will lead to different places, videos, photos, I don't know, whatever else, right? So we're going to start with something really bare bones and simple. We're going to show how to put images on screen, videos on screen, how to lay things out in terms of like styling and sizing and things like that. We'll do some really basic concepts, and then hopefully that's enough to send Sophie on her way, and she can take it from there and build out whatever she needs to build out from that. So we have a bare bones template, right? And if I click on this link, let me go, or actually even this one, edit site. Here you have a file manager. So the file manager in here is so that you can upload files. Duh, right? So you upload your pictures, whatever you want to do in here, you're going to upload some pictures. So I'm going to go ahead and upload a few things here. So I'll go documents, and then where's Sophie? Sophie, and we'll take all of these pictures and we'll just upload them all. So there's going to be a whole bunch of pictures up here. And we'll wait for them. What do you guys... I see poop emojis over there. C is greater than JS is greater than PHP. It's true. It is actually true. Yes. Okay. So now we have a bunch of pictures. And we need to, maybe display the pictures, right? So we're going to look at index.html. For the most part, an overwhelming amount of the internet runs on index.html. When a web server has to determine what HTML to ship you, it's usually index.html. Now, in some cases, it might be index.something else. It might be index.php or something else. It doesn't matter. For all intents and purposes, if you want to just work with the neocities here, it's just index.html. They're using a shitty framework to make a shitty content on Twitch. The earth is healing. Yes, it is. Yeah, it is healing. Yeah, and we're gonna do more of it. We're gonna do more of this stuff. We'll have a data star thing, or at the very least an ion thing with mud stuff. This is gonna be great, man. We're gonna build some cool stuff. Okay, so let's open up index.html. Let's have a look at what's in here. So now all of a sudden you're faced with gibberish. What the hell is all this? Oh no. What do you do? Okay, here's the only thing that you really have to be concerned about. You can pretty much ignore everything from body up, and you can ignore anything from body down. The stuff you care about is all here. This is what you care about. And the reason why we say things like HTML is declarative, the reason why we say that is because if you zoom in, I'm going to zoom in here, you can see something like H1. H represents header. That's what it means. So your first header. P is a paragraph. EM is emphatic, I want to say. Emphatic emphasis? Something like that. IMG for images, right? It's an image. UL is an unordered list. And then you have a list item, right? So this becomes part of the list. You can also have, what's the other one? OL, which is ordered list. You have an A tag, which is called an anchor tag, which points out to, I think it's called an anchor tag. Isn't it called an anchor tag? I could be wrong about that. But in any case, you can make it link to other places, including other websites, your own images, whatever you want to link to. That's what creates the links. So we can see some of this in here. If you go look at the output, here's an anchor tag, right? Here's another anchor tag. Super simple stuff, right? And then the image right here. Awesome. Thanks, Delaney. Appreciate it. Here's an image, and you just spit out an image. That's it, folks. And so all you have to do now, like strong is bold, right? That's it. So now all you have to do is go look at HTML tags, right? And so when Delaney was on earlier and we're talking about how simple this stuff is, it is truly that simple. That's the declarative nature. So for someone like Sophie who doesn't know anything about programming, it's fine, Sophie. You don't have to know anything about programming. I'm going to show you exactly how simple it is to create a website that you want to create. And it's so bare bones. And Sophie, I want you to take away from this the fact that programmers, kind of like what Delaney was talking about, not kind of like, exactly. Programmers have gatekept web from people like you, Sophie, and made it unapproachable. The stuff you're seeing on screen with I think it's the clown faces. I'm not sure what that emoji is. That's stuff that you can, that it's not as unapproachable as you think it is. It's quite approachable. So, pay attention, right? Because this stuff is not as bad as you think it is. So you can see here, W3. The W3 is the consortium, the group that kind of drives things forward, and they make a lot of decisions about how the web will implement or not implement things. So the all of the stuff that you're going to see here, you can just look it up. That's it. So for example, you have like a footer, it defines a footer. You have a form here, it defines that there's a form. You're saying that there's a form. If you go down further, there's an input. You can have some labels. You can do objects. You can do picture. You can have scripts. You don't need to worry about that, right now. Styles, all that stuff. There's tables. All of it's here. That's it. You don't have to worry about anything else. And you just look up the elements, and the elements that are relevant to you are actually even smaller than this entire list. This is a pretty exhaustive list, but you don't even need all this stuff, right? So I'll show you what you do need. Sophie, you already have everything you need right here, essentially. So now what you want to do is you want to look at the kind of layout that you want to build, right? Keep it simple. So let's start with something simple. We're going to put a header up at the top. We're going to put a background image as kind of like a hero image. That's what they call it. It's going to be your initial image that shows up. It might not take up the entirety of your body, of the background. We'll just put it as like a prominent feature right on the homepage. And then a few links below that. So we'll put in a few links and maybe some pictures beside each link to kind of, indicate what they are, something along those lines, and then some information. And that'll be our starting point. And then from there, we'll create a second page and we'll figure that out from there. Chat is going crazy. What the hell are you doing, chat? Why are we talking about T3? Whoever talks about T3 is getting banned. Yeah, Datastar is a cult. That's right. Okay, so when you're breaking out a website into this kind of a concept, what you want to do is think about it like scaffolding or like a tower or maybe a pyramid, something along those lines, where you structure out the layout of the website and break things down into components or areas. All right, so we're going to do something like this. You already have a body, so you can think of it like this way. Header, right? That's going to be Sophie builds in. So let's even just fake it out a little bit. Sophie builds in, right? So here's one. And then you're going to have an image. Cool initial image here, like that. And then you're going to have a list of things, list of links, right? You know what? Let's just do this. Links here. We'll just start simple. Links here, like that. And then what else do we want to put in here? So we'll put links. Maybe we'll put, how about this? We'll put a little intro. Intro here, like that, right? Sophie builds in header Chaz. Yeah. Sophie, yeah, that's right. You know what? Why don't we even do this? We'll put an H1 tag. Okay, that'll be our first header. Like that. And then we'll put in, I don't know, some footer here. Or like you can put in like links to friend websites, something like that. We'll sort it out. Header tag is semantic. Oh, is it semantic? Well, there you go. Header tag is semantic. Perfect. No, sorry. Yes, it is semantic. What I mean is, in terms of, I guess we don't care about SEO. SEO likes to read H1 first. They want to see the ordering of the headers. But no, you're right. It's the semantic version of it. We don't care about H1. No, Delaney, you're right. Yeah. Okay, so that is the semantic version. You're right. Okay, so we're just going to say this is your header. There's a div, right? This is just super simple, straightforward. We're going to save it, and that's it. Now, what do you think's going to show up here? I'm going to refresh it, and what should show up here, look at that. We're off to the races. Okay, now, we want to aim towards something like this, right? So what I'd like to do, not exactly like this, but we want to put the header right at the top, and then we're going to put the image right in there. Is an image in the middle of the header, though? You'll see, Sophie. You'll see what we're going to do. We're going to do the image, I think, right now, actually. So we want to spruce this up a bit, and then we want to put the image right here. So let me pick the image. We'll pick, yeah, we'll go, I think it's front page neocities. So in order to do the image, you're going to do something like this. IMG, that's an image. And then you're going to go source. And source tells you the link to the image. Where does this image live? And all you have to know is that it lives right next to index.html. So the same way that we reference the initial page here is the same way you're going to reference the image. So if I do this right, I should be able to go front page underscore neocities.png. I spelt it wrong. Neo cities. There it is. Okay. So that's your link. So all you have to do at that point is go like this. Your source is that. And you close it. You close the tag, right? Because each tag needs to be closed. It's open and then it's closed. It's open and then it's closed. It's open and then it's closed. Save it. We'll go back. Not to the wrong one. Okay. Now we're start. We've got to start. We've got the image, right? And or unimage. We'll change the image. But now you have an image here, and now we want to spruce this up. And now we're going to start talking about some styles. So you like this green, right? So what we can do is we can open up the inspector tools. You can hit F12, or I believe it's Control-Shift-I. Yeah, Control-Shift-I on your browser, on your Chrome browser. And if you pick an element, any element in here, and you just try and grab like a color, it could be the background color, it could be anything. Or if you know the color already, then you don't even need to do this step. There's this cool little thing called a eyedropper. And you just hover over the color you want, and it just gives it to you. And you can change the style. We'll make it easy. We'll just do RGB. Okay, and so this is one way to do it. The other way to do it is if you know your colors already, just use the colors. So you can do something like I'll just quickly do it. Background color here, like that. Okay, so what am I doing here? I'm applying a style to a header, or I'm applying a style to this div, or I'm applying a style to anything. The style starts giving you the ability to apply colors, font styles, sizes like borders, width, height, padding, margin. There's all kinds of styles that you can apply. If you want to know what styles are available, you can go here and you can, not this one. Where is it? There's one that, available CSS style properties. There is one that gives you all of them. I think it might be this one. I can't remember, but it's one of these websites. Yeah, like here. Yeah, there's all kinds of styles here. It's all alphabetized. Okay. And so as you go down here, you can see all kinds of styles, but for the most part, you don't really need to know much about, any of these. You just pick just a few, right? Just a few. And so we're giving it a style. We're saying the background color is going to be red, 104, green, 119, blue, 45, out of a maximum of 255. That's the maximum. Okay. So we'll save that. There's your background color. Okay, perfect. And then you're going to probably want to make the text pop. So instead of black, you might want to do white, right? To contrast the background color. So there, it pops a bit more. One of the things that you'll notice is that there's some padding and margin around here. That's a default thing that comes with the body. So I'll just fix that for you real quickly. It's just a little inside baseball thing that you know. Stuff you learn along the way. That's what I mean. So I'm going to set padding 0, margin 0. You don't have to worry about this, Sophie, but there you go. And so now what's going to happen is this extra white space is going to be gone. There we go. So now we're butted right up against it. Okay. So we're off to a start. Now you'll notice that this image looks, well, it overflows, right? Wouldn't it be nicer if we could contain the image to the size of the element? So there's a few ways to do it. For example, one way to do it would be with 100%. That's the easiest thing that you can do. And you can play around with attributes and styles in here so that you can attempt to make changes before you actually save them. So that's exactly what I did here. I just Control Shift I or F12, and you can just play around with the HTML live before you actually save it. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. So we'll add in another style. Width 100%. This is inside baseball. So how would someone like Sophie have known that this would have worked? You would have to experiment a bit. The sizing and positioning of things within HTML elements is not straightforward. And there's a bit of an experimentation factor that comes into figuring out how you properly size and position things. So you're just going to have to accept that it's inside baseball, all right? I just knew that with 100% was going to work from a lot of different attempts trying to get it to work. And so we're going to refresh, and there you go. So now we can pick any image. So let's take a different image. Okay, I'm going to take this one. I'm going to go back here, and I'm going to do this. We're going to replace it with a different image. Save it. There you go. And so there's the image, right? And there's your header. And now what you can do is make the header a bit bigger maybe. So maybe you want to add some padding. So you could do like padding. You could say 8 pixels. So you can imagine a pixel is literally a pixel, right? So save it. There you go. A little bit of padding. You could space this out. So you could say, you know what? I want a little bit of space at the bottom. So you can go margin, bottom, and let's say 10 pixels. So the margin is different than padding, right? Padding is taking your existing content and just padding it. It's just adding extra space around it. Margins are the outside. It's the outer bound. So you can think of it as margin being kind of like pushing more outside of the element that you're trying to create some space around, right? So that's why this works. That's why it gives you some white space. If that's what you want to do, you can do that. If you want to have it right up against it, you can do that too. All right. So as you continue, expanding on this, you can make all the adjustments that you want in terms of, padding, margins, colors, background colors. You can even do font weight. So you can make this bold. So how you do that? Font weight, bold. But here's an easier way. If you want to make it bold, we have semantic HTML. Strong. You just wrap it in strong. Whatever words you want to be bold, you wrap it in strong. Now it's bold. Nice. Now down here, you can say, you can make this special, right? So you can go, let's say, welcome to my website. I love playing, I believe it's called Ylands. This is all of my Ylands work to show off how cool it is. Enjoy. Now, this is the kind of stuff I want to see. You might think, who the hell cares? Why would anyone care that, you hop on a website and Sophie talks about Ylands? Because where on earth are people who like Ylands going to find this information? Where on earth are people going to find information about some weird niche thing that somebody loves as a hobby that they can easily make a website? We've been spending like 20 minutes already, and already we've put some stuff on screen. There's character in here. So already when Sophie steps in after we're done here and she starts adjusting this for whatever she wants to display, you're going to find out a little something about Sophie. What she likes. Why does she like Ylands? You're going to look at some of the stuff she showcases, right? There's character in this that's available. That's been available to us for such a long time in web. This is super approachable. It's not that hard. It really isn't that hard. So, okay, so we're going to leave that there. And then maybe what we'll do is we're going to put some styling on it. We're going to put I don't know. We're just going to play around with it. We'll just say black, color white, just to make it stand out contrast. Okay. So we're going to save. And then let's have a look. There you go. And so the image loads up there. Okay. And there it is. And maybe, maybe she doesn't like that there's not some padding in here. So we're going to do padding, 8 pixels again. There you go. So we have the start. Now in the links, what she can do is she can link off to other pages. So here's an example of some links that she could create. Anchor, href. Now href means essentially you just reference, it's a reference to a link, a place you want to take someone to. And so now you can do something like pictures.html. Okay, so you can just do this. See my pictures. href. I don't know. Blog. Read my Wylands adventures. Okay, like that. And if you want to, you could put another image down here. You could do whatever you want. So we're going to save it and we're going to see how it looks. Okay, so we have 2 links here. We don't have blog.html and we don't have pictures.html. So if I click on these, page not found. That's fine. We're going to make them. But maybe she doesn't want to have these listed out like this. Maybe she doesn't want to have them side by side. Maybe what she would like to do is have like a list of links, right? Just one after the other. Well, we have list. Where is it? It's here. It's an unordered list. So we have a list like this. And so what we can do is go UL, list item, list item, UL. Okay. And when you think about the hierarchy of how this works, this div wraps this UL, which wraps this LI, which wraps this anchor tag, right? And then it ends, right? So just, you can break it out into a hierarchy like that. So now let's save this. And now what'll happen? Now it's a list. And you can add as many links as you want to as many other pages as you want. You can make a footer down here and give it a special style, all of that. Okay, so now for pictures and for videos, we'll do a pictures one, we'll do a videos one. Save. What we're going to do is we're going to go back to the dashboard and we're going to create a new file. And it's going to be pictures.html. Create. Now let's have a look at pictures.html. We're going to edit this. Now it gives you everything you need, right? So right off the bat, you have everything you need in here to get going. And remember, you don't need to care about what's going on up here. For the purposes of a website like this, you don't care. All you care about is the body. So now you can do the same thing. You can go back to what you did before, and now you can do something like header. You know, you could even copy and paste it from the previous one, but let's just do something different. We're going to go padding, let's say 8 pixels, background color. This time we'll make it red, color white. We'll go margin bottom. Maybe we'll change it to like 5 pixels, and then we'll go Sophie builds in, and then this will be the pictures page. You know, whatever you want to do here doesn't matter. And then you can steal the styles here. As a matter of fact, Sophie, I'm gonna do you a solid. I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna look at styles, and I'm gonna fix it for you right now, so you never have to worry about it again. I'm going to save it. You don't have to worry about what I'm doing right this second. I'm going to go back to index and I'm going to take it. Okay. So you never have to worry about that again, Sophie. That's a a little bit more advanced. All you have to worry about is what you want to do in here. So you start with that. And then what you could do is copy exactly what you did before. You can go UL, LI, and now what you can do is go images, right? So let's pick a few. We'll pick 3. Maybe let's do this. style width 100%, like that, and li ul. And we can do this 3 different times. We could even have the same image on there. So now if I refresh, okay, and I'm going to click on pictures, and look at that. You now have pictures. Now you don't have to do a list, right? You can style it however you want. You could do this. You could put each one in a div element. Like that. Sure. I'll space it out just for the sake of, spacing it out here. And then down here. Okay. So you can do this, you save it and you can look at it, and now they're flush, right? And so here are your pictures. Now you can do special things with the pictures. So on this div, style, border, 2px, right? You can look up the styles, you can give this a border. Border 2 pixels, solid red. You can give it a border radius, so you can make it rounded. And then you can say, I want my rounding to be like 4 pixels rounded, right? Something along these lines. There you go. You've got a red border, right? You can make it thicker. You can make it smaller. You can give different border styles. You can add padding. You can add margins. You can add spacing between them. All of it. It's now fully in your control. Let's do a few different images. So we'll go like that. Let me go over here. Do this. And let me go over here and do this. And go like that. And now you have different images. There you go. There you go. So now you have a pictures page, and you can view the pictures right here, and you can put descriptions beneath them. So you could do this. Where'd it go? Yeah, here. And so down below this picture, you can do something like, this picture is from a build I did where I built something cool. Like that. Save it. And there you go. Now you can put a description beneath each one that explains what the picture's about. Now, you need to get home, right? How are you going to do that? Well, that's easy, because how do you get home? You could use the back button, or if you want to, you could do a home link right there. Click on it. Now you're home. Go back to pictures, home, etc. Okay. SM12, do you mean leak code? Is that what you mean, SM? Let me know if that's what you meant. Yeah, leak code is trash. It's absolutely useless. If you want to know if somebody's willing to go through a bunch of memorization techniques and is willing to be a sheep who just listens to what you want, what you want them to do, then leak code is a great indicator of that. If you actually want practical applications of real work, stuff that people do in real life, not in some hypothetical land where they have to walk through these weird situations, weird mathematical algorithms and whatnot, and memorize a bunch of techniques and so on and so forth, then leak code absolutely gives you no indicator for real world applications. It's a useless, fruitless waste of time, overwhelmingly. Not as a whole. There are certain leak code things that you do learn that are beneficial, like how fast something runs. You might look at some code and go, oh, wait, I did learn about this, using leak code. I remember that there's this implementation method that makes things really fast or really slow, and it fits into here. But if you're using it as like, I don't know, just are you a good programmer? If that's what you're using it for, trash. That it has no bearing on whether you're a good programmer or not. It's just another way to get there. There are far better ways to metricize what people are doing rather than focusing on leak code. Can you learn something from it yourself, though? Yes. Can it come in handy in certain scenarios? Yes, but it should absolutely not. It's way overhyped. Just it's treated like it's some kind of, I don't know, it makes you top tier or something. That's such bullshit. It's not. Okay. So for the most part, you don't need to know it. Just use your brain. Think about how data structures operate. Think about how your code is going to run down at a fundamental level when it comes to how your hardware is going to run, your web server, network connectivity. These are things that are super approachable without ever learning a thing about leak code. You don't need to know anything about leak code, and you can approach these topics and you can just think about them and you can figure out what to do in real world. That's how it works. So do that. That's what I think about LeetCode SM. Thank you for the follow, SM. I appreciate it. Good screener for if you're writing web scale DBs? Maybe. I'm not even sure about that. It might help, but I'm not sure how far it takes you. Right? I just don't know. I don't know. I'd have to think about that, right? I'm not saying no. I'm just saying I'm not entirely sure. You can definitely get away without it, though. Anyways, okay. So back to the neocities thing here. So now, Sophie sent me some videos, and the videos are kind of a unique thing because there's two ways to play videos. One way is to do what we did in the dashboard. We can upload the videos here, and we can link to them and play them. Another way is to link to them directly. So I'm going to copy a link. And then what we're going to do is we're going to look at the video tag. There's embedded video content, and this is what we want right here. And we can go have a look at how it works. So you can see it right here. This is kind of how it works, right? So this should be simple. What we can do is go new file. We're going to call it videos.html. Now you don't have to split it up this way. You could do pictures and videos, but just for our purposes, that's what we're going to do. Let me go back to index, and then we're going to go, yeah, videos. So see my videos. Okay. And then we'll go over to videos. So now we're back at the same point, right? So now we can do header again, and we can go, the style is, I don't, whatever you want, right? Padding 8, background color, blue, color white. We can do bold, whatever, it doesn't matter. So this will be Sophie's videos header. And then we're going to do the exact same thing, except we're going to borrow from the video tag here. So we're going to say video width. We can specify the width. We can go width 100%, height 100%, whatever you want to do. You can play around with the width and height. And then, yeah, we want controls. So we'll want to put controls because we want to do the play, pause, rewind, all of it. And then we're going to do our source. Source is this guy. And the type, because we know it's an MP4 because we can see right here at the end. All right. And that's it. That should be it. I'll save it. Oh, wait, I didn't close this div tag. Be careful of that. I'll save it. We'll go back over here. And then we're going to refresh this, see my videos. And look at that. Video's playing. And now we can play it. Let me make sure my desktop audio is not on. It's not on. And there you go. So now you can have as many of these as you want, and you can just list them out, and you can do the exact same thing as the images. Let me go back to this. This is a video. You could put like a paragraph tag. You could put it right here. This is a video where I built a cool escalator. You can just put it above, whatever you want to do. There you go. This is a video where I built a cool escalator. You can seek forward, all of that. You can go full screen. All of that's taken care of for you. And now you can just build a list of videos. And then again, we have to go home, right? So is it stairs? Apparently I'm blind. I wasn't paying attention. I just saw moving things. I genuinely wasn't. Is it? No, it's an escalator. What are you talking about? Yeah, it's an escalator. It takes you up. I was right. Oh, if you pause the escalator, then it's stairs. Got it. Okay. So at this point, it's stairs. I see what you're trying to do, Slip. Ha ha ha. Great dad joke. Okay, we saved it, and here we can go home again. Okay, and then you can do the same thing here. You can create a blog page, and the blog page can be a bunch of elements with, today I did X, Y, or Z. Here's a link to the thing I did today. You can put pictures in there. That you can create a footer down here. So in the footer, if we were going to create a little footer for you, we'll go index.html, and then down here. So in the footer, you can do things like, let's say you wanted to go to, where's the TMX? There we go. This one. Let's say you wanted to go to TMX's website. So now you just create a link. And then you go, TMX's website for cool charts. You can put whatever you want in here. And then there you go. And you can make the footer stand out. Padding. You can make this super padded. You can give it a background color RGB, and then you can make it like more red, than anything else, like that. And then you can go color, I don't know, whatever you want to do, right? Make the footer stand out. You can call it the footer, all of it. Now, the nice thing is that we already have, did I do something wrong here? I'm not sure. What did I do wrong? I saved it. Why isn't it showing up? Okay, I'll have a look at that in a second. The nice thing though is you can use these semantic elements. There's a footer right here. So you don't even need to call it, another div. You can oh, I see what I did. You can call it footer. Like that. So it's the footer. And there you go. Right, that's it. So this is the kind of stuff that you can do with just very simple HTML elements. And from there, it's really easy to build out a website. Now, if you want to talk about layouts and things like this, that starts to get more complicated because the problem is that you have to start worrying about rendering elements over top of each other. And I would say that first, get the basics down. Get comfortable building websites like this, super simple websites like this. Just add in some styles, add in some elements, do the best you can, pick the colors you like. Don't worry too much about about laying things out over top of each other and doing particular things like that. Just focus on this stuff. Get the content out there, and then you can start worrying about layouts. I will say that there is one thing that you could play around with. Tables. If you want to start doing more custom layouts, have a look at tables. Click on the tables here, and you can see that there's a way to lay out tables. This is a table, for example. And if you look at how tables work, what you might be able to do is come up with some kind of a layout that you initially want to tackle using a table layout. This is how it was done back in the day. We used to use tables for doing a bunch of different layouts. You can nest tables within each other, but try to not do that. Another way you could do it if you really, really wanted to, CSS grid. Okay, the thing where I do style equals background color? You can do something with this. You can use style elements and go display grid, and you can set up your rows and your columns. You could do that. That might be an easy way for you to lay out your content. But for the most part, just try and focus on getting this stuff out. Now you have a way to put pictures up there. You have a way to style them. You have a way to put videos up there. You have a way to create links. You have a way to write text. You have a way to style your text. put in colors, etc., etc. Okay. Sophie says that program you go get the example code from, is it in a different language? Let me, I don't remember. It's the learn, right? Yeah. This is HTML. So that's what we're working with, HTML here. And then CSS is the style. The styling stuff that goes in here, when you go style equals like this, that's CSS. So it's all the same. So if you're going to learn something here, you don't need to learn the frameworks. Just skip this part. Just don't. Don't learn the frameworks. Don't worry about JavaScript. Don't worry about WebGL. Just do your bare bones CSS and your bare bones HTML right here. And you've picked it up already. If you've been watching this, you've already picked it up. Okay, Sophie, do you have questions? Sophie's in the driver's seat. Do you have questions about what I showed and things you want to do, or anything additional, Sophie? Or do you think it's adequate enough for you to dig in and start building? The other thing too, Sophie, is if you want to, I can do what we discussed yesterday, which is I can actually take a bit of time and actually build out a starting model for you. I have nothing but, to be honest, no, I don't understand this. Okay, so how about this then, Sophie? We'll use this as like your intro to neocities and basic HTML. It is super basic. I'll build out teach us React next. Shut up, Ross. I'll build out something more towards what you were hoping to get, like the picture. This guy. I'll build out something more like this, and I'll just put together something that I think makes sense for the web, for your website. I'll do my best. I'll spend a little bit of time and just build some simple stuff out, and I'll work with you on it, Sophie, behind the scenes. But ultimately, Sophie, it's not as bad as you think it is. It ultimately just comes down to just stating what your intent is. I intend to hold some content, so I use a div, right? So let me go back to crap div. It's a section in a document. That's it. That's what it means. There's a section in here. That's all. I'm about to put a section of content in here. That's what it means. Here's an image. That's what it means. Here's a header. That's what it means. That's it. And then the browser takes care of putting that on the page for you. I'm so simple. I understand how to upload a picture, video, and put it in a folder and type a message like a post. Yeah. So this will be your starting point. I'll give you kind of a template for all of these pages, and we'll put some stuff together. So I'll work with you on it behind the scenes. We'll put a few of these things together. Where do you want to show pictures? Where do you want to show videos, etc.? And hopefully what it means is that you can do the following. Go over to the dashboard, upload, you upload your stuff. You go over to the page that you want to update, pictures.html, videos.html, whatever picture it is. You go down to the place where you have your pictures and you go copy, paste. And hopefully that's what it should be for you. Copy, paste. And you just keep doing that for every new picture, for every new video. Change the content, right? So if it was like cool picture description here, right? Then you could just go copy paste. You don't need to care about what it means. All you have to do is that, right? So we'll get your website to that point. So that all you have to do is just go to the page, copy the section you want to add something new to, paste it in, change the text, change what you're pointing to, and away you go. So we'll set you up with that, Sophie. All right, I'll help you do that. I'll do it behind the scenes with you. We'll work it out. We'll do something straightforward and simple, and it will honestly it won't take very long. You're gonna be fine. So go build websites on neocities, people. And Sophie, thank you for letting me use this your account as as an introduction into that kind of a thing, because yeah, it's a good reminder that this stuff is not as difficult as you think it is. This is the kind of stuff that people like Delaney and myself and people in chat like Gare, Ross, too, a lot of us, we overcomplicate this way too often and way too much. It's not that bad. Go build websites on NeoCities. Go do it. Okay, I'm gonna leave this up. I will tackle this. I'll tackle this later. Let me go see Sophie. Thanks again. Thanks for letting me show that on stream. I doubt it's difficult for someone has basic understanding. Yeah, you just need basic understanding. You just need to read it. I complicate some things for myself that I lose track. What the fuck even am I doing? Yeah, yeah, I know. What's with the redacted? What happened? What is this? Like, what is this? Why are you guys such disgusting perverts? Why is Theo right here? npm install. I can't even say that. I can't say it. Click the text between the legs. I can't like you realize that there's certain things that I can't, you know, just I'm just saying. I'm just saying it's a little it's a little difficult to RF everything. Yeah. Zoom out. We want to see more. Okay. Take cover. Turkey number 1. Clown college. Fake Greek no olives. The bosoms. Why is this here? Why? What are you guys doing? Something is wrong with uh-huh. Okay. Uh Sha Shapiro has no euros. Uh Venus monster. Bigger models, please. Bow bucks. Something. I don't know what. Bear Gamgzling. Kebabs are greater than euros. Who's Turkish in here? Who's the Turk in my chat? Who the hell is the Turk in my chat? I'm calling you out. Who is it? Which one of you is the Turk? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay. I'm about to call it. Before I call it, I'm going to show you guys something. We have a lot of C code. There's a lot of C code. Is it Axolot in disguise? Maybe. I haven't seen Axolot in a while. I gotta check in on him. There's a lot of C code for the multiplayer user dungeon. The entire thing is being run on C now. I'm gonna run it right now, and it's probably gonna fail on me. Okay, so while you guys are shut up, TR. Have a look. The enemies wander around on their own. We have some ocean tiles. We have some grass. I have some stupid little characters I created. Okay, so yeah, the NPCs, they go around on their own. They wander around on their own. I can attack. Okay, I could even, if I wanted to, I could go through and take them all on. There's a resurrection cycle, right? I can go do whatever I want to do here. My HP has been going down. I can take them all on, every single one of them, and clear the entire area. If there were enough people, we could do that. And I hear noises, but hang on one sec, right? So there's a resurrection cycle. There's a heartbeat. Thank you, Sophie. I'll get to you in a sec here, Sophie. So yeah, and these things auto move. As you can see, there's a timer. You can adjust the timer. Laughing Panda's working on some assets. Laughing Panda, get on that, man. We're ready for assets. Like, we're ready to go, man. We need to pump these assets in. We're going to start world building really soon. Laughly's been working on a really cool tool that we can generate maps with, and we can create, the entire world here. I'm working on the web stuff, connectivity, and rendering this out. This is one of the reasons why I want to use what Delaney was talking about, Ion, because I want to render this guy. Using just shove it data and just have it render for you. And then we can play. There's all kinds of really cool stuff we're going to do with this. We are this close, folks, this close to an initial beta release. We're getting there. It's almost there. Okay. And you're going to be able to do things like, you can look at stuff. You're going to be able to do movements. You can do shouts. Hey, Emmett, what's going on? You can shout, Emmett sucks. Sparrow shouts to the world, Emmett sucks. All of these little guys, these little entities, we're going to make them all unique. We've got the story, by the way. I'm not going to give away the story, but I was on Emmett's stream last night. Emmett's on YouTube. He came in at exactly the right moment, like his ears were burning. But he gave me the idea for the story behind this. There is going to be a story, and you guys are going to be playing a story as part of this. We're going to make this really cool. I'm talking hours away. I want to have this done by tonight. Beta version. I want this out on a server tonight. That's my goal. For a number of different reasons, I'm under a lot of pressure to get it done as well, but I'm never going to have this much time to do it again. And we're going to get this done. We're going to get you guys playing it. So just like the 1 billion cells over here, which I'm kind of honestly, I think I'm going to keep this up for a while and let you guys play with it while I do other streams, because it's a fun one. We're going to allow you guys to play this one, and I'm going to plug in stream, and you guys will be able to send commands like you did before, and you're going to have an impact on the game. Okay, so all of this stuff, we're hours away. Hours away. Sophie, thank you for the super chat. I can't remember. Let me just see. So that's another $100, Sophie. Sophie, thank you for $100. Jeez. That's huge. I really appreciate it. Let me go back to, let me set that. 1782. There we go. Thank you, Sophie. I appreciate it. We'll keep helping you though, Sophie. We'll get you the website you want. Don't worry. We'll work with you. I'll talk to you offline, and I'll set up something basic, and you can just help me come up with like the pictures that you want to see on there, the videos you want to see on there. We'll make sure we put it all on there, and we'll get you something that you like, and then you can just show off your Wylands work. That's it, right? So we'll help you out, Sophie. I appreciate all the support too, and the super chats. Every few dollars helps. It means a lot. So thank you. So there you go, folks. That's it. We're this close to having this thing out on a server that you guys can play. If that happens, I'll probably spin up another stream and show it off, and let chat have at it, and we'll see if you guys can bring it down. I'm sure you can bring it down. Hopefully that's tonight. I hope that I get to do that tonight, and we just get this out the door tonight and just get it over with. That's my goal. I want this out and playable tonight. You'll gift you. Oh, Emmett. There you go. Gifting an idle animation. There you go. Emmett is a cool guy as well. He does a lot of the pixel stuff. He just between you and you and I. Um, Emmett knows a lot more about hardware and stuff than he lets on. He actually knows a lot more about that stuff than he lets on. And you should go watch his streams and make sure that you're following him because it's fun to watch him work on the pixel art stuff. And Emmett, you should focus on doing more of the pixel art stuff and talking about the mechanics of that. That's very interesting stuff. It's very nerdy, interesting stuff. Okay, focus on that more. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna call it here. That's retirement money in Canadian. That's right. Yeah. I'm gonna call it here for this stream. Hopefully, I'll be back later with an update to this game. We, I'm trying my best here. Trying my best to get this out. Um, because I want to put it in front of people and I want to talk about it and show it off. I just want you to remember that we built an HTTP server in C with a multiplayer interconnected socket element and a built-in mud game, all built into C, all of it, with threading and everything, in a span of I want to say 4 days, 3 to 4 days. That's what we did. Like it's one of the hardest. It doesn't get much harder. The only way you could go deeper is using assembly. That's pretty much it, or maybe machine code. You could just like raw machine code, but we did it in 3 to 4 days. That's what we did. So I just want to put that out there, and I really want to talk about this and show it off. So that's why I'm in a big rush, along with trying to find work and everything. It's an insane thing to even attempt. Java is harder. Yeah, I guess you could make the case that Java would be harder. What's up, Vamp? Good to see you. Okay, I'm sure I'm missing out shout outs. Go over to Datastar. Definitely give Datastar a look. I'm going to be reaching for Datastar for some of this stuff on the website side of things. I really want to do that. There's going to be more of that. Vamp has joiner.live. Make sure if you're a streamer and you need some tools, streaming tools, you go check that out. His tools are awesome. I should have done it sooner. Like that. Come on. That's super useful. Joiner.live. Go give Vamp some support for the awesome tools. I'm going to be using Joiner.live to connect to chat and read commands from you guys. He's going to greatly simplify my workflow. I'm not just blowing smoke up his butt. I do genuinely mean that because he has the right tools for it that I don't have to build. And I know Vamp, he builds stuff really, really solid. He's a good programmer. So Vamp, Abe, go watch Abe. Rob has some awesome debate streams. Go watch Rob Noor over on YouTube and Twitch. He's awesome. Again, thanks, Rob. He's not here. I know he's not here. Most of his viewers have left. Thank you for the raid earlier today. Get your hands on my tool, guys. That's right, man. That's right. Get your hands on. Yeah, that's right. Look, the counter over here. That's the goal thing. That's his. He's already got the stuff built in. And I want to, I want to help Vamp out and give him support. Vamp, if you want help with features and stuff, shoot me a message. I want to help build more stuff. It'll be cool. So that's it. Okay, that's it. I'm out. I'm done with shout outs. Okay, if I didn't shout you out, you suck. All right, that's it. It's over. All of you suck. Yeah, finally I fixed my progress bar by going over to Vamps. That's how I fixed it. I just used Vamp's progress bar. He's like, bro, I already solved this. That's how I fixed it. Make duels great again. Yeah. Yeah. You guys will be able to duel in here, by the way. You need help redoing the viewer account widget without view? I can help you with that, Vamp. I would love to help you with that. Are you kidding? I'll do it. I'll do it. Yeah. I will do that. Chat sucks. All of you suck. That's right. No, thank you, Sophie. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. And we'll get you what you need, Sophie. We'll work on your website and get you what you want out of it. It might not be exactly what you're looking for because of the we're being very simplistic with the website, but we'll get you a layout that you like, that's easy and easy for you to jump into and just copy paste stuff. Right, that's it. Yeah, I'll help you do that. That would be a fun project. And I want to, and I don't want you to be using Vue. So I'm doing a service to mankind. Yeah. Okay. I'm out of here. You suck. Except for Sophie. Sophie's the only person who doesn't suck today. Sophie gets a pass. All right. So let me do my typical outro. You guys get to see the outro screen. And I already said everybody sucks. So you guys aren't going to get, I'm not going to list it out by name. Okay. That's not happening today. Have a good day, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the support. Shout out to Delaney. Shout out to Vamp. Shout out to Abe. Shout out to Emmett. Shout out to everybody. Rob, all of you guys. You guys are all awesome. Shut up, Vamp. Shut up. All right. I'm gonna peace out, and hopefully I'll be back later tonight with a completed version of the beta version of the game, and we're gonna shill the hell out of the game. It'll be fun. You guys will be able to play it. That's the goal. And then I'm going to post it everywhere, and hopefully it will make something out of it. That's the goal. All right. Peace out, everybody. Thanks for being here. Have a great day. Oh, you know what? Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I know that that I said I wasn't going to tell you all to suck. But I implemented Datastar on my game. I'm just having some incredible food my wife just cooked. Holy crap. Who, by the way, is also my mother. Man, it felt like going home. It felt like going home. You know what I'm saying? So I used Datastar, and Datastar is funneling me a bunch of binary data about all the people in my chat who suck. So guess what? I lied. That's right, I lied. I am going to tell you all you suck, one at a time. Here we go. Ross, you suck. Vamp, you suck. Sophie, you get a pass. You get like -100, all right? So -100 for Sophie for dropping a lot of support. I appreciate that. And letting me use her website to do a little intro thing there. That was really cool of you, Sophie. You're awesome. Yeah, Vamp. No, Vamp, you suck. Vamp, yeah. Abe, you suck. Slip, you suck. D-Daver, you suck. Laughing Panda, you suck. Laugh, you suck. Let's see who else sucks. Ghost, you suck. SM12233, you suck. AH, you keep talking about React. You suck 5 times today, and you get 2 E's. Delaney doesn't suck. Delaney gets a pass today. He was cool. Gary Games, you suck 3 times today. Laughfully, you get a +10 buff on your suck, all right? You don't get the pass. You get a +10 buff on your suckage. Mist, you suck. Nicholas, you suck. Who else sucks here? Let's keep going. We already got Gary Games. It's fine. Chronic, you suck. Keep going. Datastar is giving me more information. It's feeding me information. I think that's it, boys. I think that's all. That's it. That's all we got. All of you suck. If I'm going to say your name right, at least say it right. Okay, SM12333. You suck. 3 times. There you go. All of you suck. Every single one of you sucks. I'll do some kind of, let me see. I didn't set up a raid here. I know who we're going to raid. Let me go. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. And then on the Twitch side, I'll set it up right now. Let me find someone. Who do we have? Yeah, 1 sec. You still all suck while I try and find. Okay, I know who we're raiding. Yeah, you guys are going to get a programmer stream on the Twitch side. Lucky you. Okay, we'll do that. I have to talk to you for 10 seconds until the Twitch raid is ready. All of you suck. Come back tomorrow or later tonight if I can get this mud done. We're hours away. I want to get this thing done. Come back later, and peace out, everyone. Have a good day. Thanks again for all the support. We'll catch you tomorrow. Bye.